And so for those issues, I think we have committed, the president doing a presidential memo that is authorizing or directing the agencies to kind of use their authorities and their dollars to the best extent that they can to support the fish and wildlife in the area. So we expect, as we're identifying additional needs, that we will turn to the agencies for dollars that have already been appropriated, or we will go through the normal process, first with OMB, then with Congress, to secure additional funding that may be necessary.
So we know that there will be additional funding necessary because the part you've talked about is just the part about mitigation, hatcheries, passage of salmon, kind of the near term. But then there is the longer term of building, connecting to the grid, tribal contributions when they develop clean energy of some sort. And so I'm wondering where that will come from, because that's really one of our big obligations, is that you will be able to build this and there will be a purchaser of this.
I think on the tribal side, and again, there's probably others on this panel better positioned to speak directly to that, but I think that for that funding, the agreement does not address that funding. The agreement addresses the technical assistance that we are providing to tribes to position them to actually meet their energy needs and goals. It doesn't go the next step that you're talking about, and therefore there's no commitment set forth in that, but someone can correct me if that's wrong. Nods were
Okay.
yes, it's fine.
The only thing I'd add would be that for the tribes or anyone developing an energy project, once you've got it developed, the energy project is going to have revenue from selling electricity. So it's sort of a moot question whether someone needs to fund the full project or not, because the way the projects get structured. But the commitment is really to provide the technical assistance to help them develop projects and go seek funding.
So I only have a little bit of time left, but my understanding is that there are clean energy projects throughout the country that have not yet been connected to the grid. The grid is not yet modernized. And so I just want to make sure that if we're making a promise to the tribes that they will have this and they will be able to market it, that it will be there. We can't break a promise. I'm going to turn to Administrator Hairston. I know you're well aware of BPA's statutory obligations about acquiring new resources and some of the restrictions on that about efficiency and about appropriate cost effectiveness. And I was just wondering if there's expectation that BPA will be purchasing tribally owned or sponsored power resources.
Thank you, Congresswoman. No, this agreement does not require Bonneville to purchase those resources. We have to follow our statutory requirement in how we acquire resources. It doesn't change that.
My time is out, but I think this is something we need to figure out before we make promises and make sure we're not breaking any. Thank you. I yield back.
Did she yield? Yes. Gentlelady yields back. Recognize Mr. Wahlberg, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the panel for being here. I'm sure that there are many states that envy Michigan for the fact that it's a fact that you are no more than 6 miles from a body of water in Michigan. And my district runs from Lake Michigan to Lake Erie, the entire southern border. So water is very special and important to us. Michigan is also home to over 2,500 dams. And that's a profound impact to hundreds of thousands of Michiganders and many communities that are located close to these structures. Dams offer places to swim, to fish, to recreate, and of course, as we're talking of today, for hydropower. Many of these facilities also support the tax base of local communities through recreational activities and tourism. However, some of these structures, as you understand, are extremely old and expensive to maintain. And no matter who owns the dams, whether a utility or a tribe or HOA, these organizations are facing decisions, significant decisions, of what they will look like in the future. Mr. Baumann, to meet federal safety standards, these dams will require expensive improvements to comply with federal safety requirements. How can we as Congress incentivize these capital-intensive projects to keep these small communities afloat and continue to allow folks to experience the natural beauty of the Great Lakes state.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. You're identifying indeed a big issue around the country. Lots of dams that are still providing important benefits also have safety risks or other just infrastructure needs as they age. We have a number of programs at the department that offer some help with that. There's a relatively robust incentive program under the bipartisan infrastructure law that our grid deployment office operates that I'd be happy to connect you to. And there's a few other ones like that. Our Water Power Technologies office also has technical assistance and other support. So happy to talk to you more about that.
Moving on, it's clear that hydropower is the leading source of renewable energy here in the United States. The MOU reflects the Biden administration's vision of replacing with other renewables. Hydro is reliable as a baseload generator, and it's really not interchangeable with wind and solar. In 2022, the Bonneville Power Administration commissioned a study by E3 entitled BP Lower Snake River Dam's Power Replacement Study. That examined the costs associated with replacing the lower Snake River dams. The study reached a number of significant conclusions, and I quote, even in best case scenario, replacement power would cost several times as much as the lower Snake River Dam costs. This is driven by both energy replacement as well as replacement of firm capacity and operational flexibility. The firm capacity value is a significant driver of replacement's cost, end quote. The so-called Murray-Inslee report relied upon for this agreement reached a similar conclusion when it stated, and I quote again, replacing the characteristics of energy provided by hydropower, however, requires energy technologies that must continue to be developed. And so, Mr. Baumann and Secretary Connor, these analyses suggest to me that DOE and BPA believe that given the state of current technology, the energy value of the Snake River dams is for all practical purposes irreplaceable. Is that a fair conclusion? Mr. Baumann?
I wouldn't say that the report says irreplaceable. I think the bottom line, what the report says, which DOE does not disagree with, is it takes a variety of kinds of energy sources to meet sort of any given set of needs for an energy system. And those 4 dams do happen to provide enough value to that system that it's not just an easy, oh, you can replace that one with, batteries and some solar panels, as you're saying. What it says is that you can use sort of existing off-the-shelf emissions-free technology like wind, solar, and current batteries for a big chunk, but then for that last bit,
But not replaceable, yeah.
You need other technologies like hydrogen, something that's going to be that 24/7 dispatchable piece. And right now, those are very expensive and hard to develop.
Secretary Connor?
I wouldn't say irreplaceable either, but they provide valuable baseload and peaking power capabilities of Snake River dams. And so if they were going to be decommissioned, you'd have to replace that power. And I would just say, I formerly ran the Bureau of Reclamation, and in partnership with BPA, back in the 2010s or so, we uprated the generating capacity of that hydropower unit from 6.6 gigawatts at Grand Coulee to almost 7.7 gigawatts. That's 1,000 megawatts through improvements. So there's investment in hydropower. There's value recognized to hydropower. And if it's going to be replaced, you got to look at those services that it provides.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Gentleman, time's expired. I commend him on his tie choice today. I'll now recognize Mr. Tonko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to today's witnesses for your great service to our nation. Mr. Baumann, I especially want to express my gratitude to you and DOE for all of the hard work being done to implement the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. These historic laws are providing incredibly strong opportunities to grow our economy and transition us into a clean energy future. And it's not enough to merely achieve ambitious clean energy deployment targets. We must also achieve a more just and equitable energy system. So this means enabling everyone to have a fair say in our energy future, especially low-income, disadvantaged, and tribal communities, which have historically not had a role in shaping the decision-making process. The administration's December 14th agreement on the Columbia River Basin stated that under a new program called the Pacific Northwest Tribal Energy Program, DOE will work with tribes to develop 1 to 3 gigawatts worth of clean energy resources in the region. So we've got our work to do, but it's an impressive agenda. Mr. Baumann, can you explain what that partnership might look like and what will be DOE's role in supporting tribally sponsored clean energy projects?
Thank you, Mr. Tonko, and I think this may help address some of Congresswoman Schreier's questions about the tribal energy as well. The way that partnership looks, and we're working with the tribes and the states right now to help put it together, we plan to work with the tribes both one-on-one and collectively to help them figure out what their goals are for the kinds of energy projects they want to develop. Like any of the communities and states that all of you represent, these projects could bring revenue, they could create jobs, they could lower energy bills for members of the tribe, and so help them shape the exact kinds of projects they want, and then help them get the technical assistance on what it takes to put together a project that can become marketable and can get financed and can actually get to launch. That's really the basics of it.
Thank you. And what are some of the resources, including funding opportunities and technical assistance and capacity building, that have been made available under the IIJA and IRA that will support these efforts?
It depends a little bit on exactly what kinds of projects and for what purposes the tribes want to pursue. But we've got technical assistance resources, I'd say primarily out of our Office of Indian Energy Policies and Programs that does this kind of work with tribes all over the country. Is the certainly ground zero and the foundation of our work there. There's also technical assistance available for tribes out of our Grid Deployment Office, which has grid resilience funding that is available for tribes, as well as the Office of State and Community Energy Programs. So you expect to draw on all those resources to provide that kind of technical resource. And then because so many of our bigger funding opportunities for projects out of either the IIJA or the IRA are competitive, what we do is we help advise people on what kinds of projects are eligible for which programs, and then help them figure out how to get to the step that they can apply.
Thank you. And broadly speaking, how have these laws provided opportunities to the many communities that have been historically locked out of these new energy opportunities?
I would argue that the bipartisan infrastructure law and the IRA together are really a new and historic way to look at how to advance energy projects while thinking about community benefits in a whole new way. One of the programs in the bipartisan infrastructure law alone comes to mind. I think we're calling it Renewing America's Schools, and it is resources for schools across the country to invest in energy efficiency, for solar, electric vehicles to get so we don't have idling buses in the parking lots, to improve the quality of life for students and teachers, and to reduce energy bills. The projects that are coming out there, and we had spent a lot of time designing it so that lower income school districts in particular, more isolated rural areas that don't usually even have an energy staffer to help apply for these things would be able to figure out how to do this. And the projects people are applying for would just, I mean, you can't imagine how great they are. I mean, they're just transformative for some of these. You hear about schools that are using a coal boiler that's 120 years old that no one wants to be using right now. They can't even have a reliable source of coal nearby. And it just really is transformative to be able to help a low-income school have the resources to really change their finances and their kids' experience.
Well, I thank you for your efforts, Mr. Baumann, because they are truly transformational. I'm a big supporter of hydropower. I also appreciate that all clean energy projects must be developed and operated in a sustainable, environmentally sound manner. And I'm certain that some long-lived facilities can do better on this front. I also appreciate that hydropower is not immune from the consequences of climate change. Extreme drought can impact facilities' output. So, Mr. Baumann, are there reliability and resilience benefits to having a more diverse generation mix of zero-emission resources?
Yes, diversity is always the first and great strategy for reliability when it comes to the energy system, because any energy source has its own vulnerabilities. It can go down under its own circumstances, has its own pros and cons. I'd also say you're exactly right that the hydro system is facing new challenges, and different regions of the country look very different in what the changing climate likely means for their hydropower profile. The Pacific Northwest National Lab has not only got some of the leading models and analytics on the Pacific Northwest hydropower system, but also on the impacts of extreme weather on the grid and different energy technologies. So the energy planning process that you hear me describe is partly to help the whole region understand all of that going on with this.
Thank you so much. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I now go to Mr. Weber from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Hairston, how much of the power that Bonneville Power Administration provides is generated from hydroelectricity?
On a firm basis, roughly about 7,000 megawatts, 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts.
Pretty substantial amount.
Yes.
If the Biden administration is successful in their endeavors to remove the dams along the Snake River, what's that going to do to reliability for y'all's customers? Do you have plans?
Well, it will have an impact on reliability. I mean, if you look at the recent cold snap, we were able to call on those units for additional megawatts. They also provide voltage control for the Tri-Cities area, which is an important factor in terms of reliability.
So I was listening to your exchange with Congressman Letta earlier, and you talked about base load versus peak load. So can you give us a percentage of how that's going to be, of each of those, how that's going to be affected if the dams are shut down?
Well, as an example, during this recent cold snap, we had a sustained 18-hour peak where those dams were able to provide a sustained peak of 1,071 megawatts. The highest one-hour peak during that period of time was 1,137 megawatts. So, we had both a long-term as well as a short peak that those dams were able to meet during that cold snap.
So it's pretty reasonable to suspect that as long as water continues to run downhill, it'll be fairly dependable. I owned an air conditioning company for 35 years. We used to put systems in the attics, and I kept telling my guys, when you run the drain lines, please understand that water doesn't run downhill. That creates real issues in sheetrock. So I'll go to Ms. Mallory, Mr. Connor, and Mr. Baumann. The administration's memorandum of understanding discussed allocating over $1 billion to remove these dams. What would be the additional cost of working with Confederated Tribes to deploy, quote, clean, renewable, socially just energy resources, end quote? We'll start with you, Ms. Mallory.
Thank you for that question. And let's just be clear. Remember, the agreement does not call for the removal of dams. And part of what we're doing over this 10-year period is taking the time to put together the studies about what would be needed. The regional energy needs planning process that Jeremiah was talking about earlier is part of assessing the needs in the area. So no cost of removal have been done because no decision on removal has been made.
Is there no projected cost going forward should that happen?
Not at this point, because that's the point of the analysis. That's the point of this study.
But was that done in an open meeting?
The study?
No, when y'all were having these discussions about this, I think we decided earlier that it was not an open meeting.
I think you said that, but that's not correct. I think what we have said about this process is that the mediation actually, which included the possibility of all of the litigants participating in that, is the mechanism that we use to arrive at what became the ultimate agreement.
Well, obviously, since it's going to affect a whole lot of customers, was there any form, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I don't play one at night, on TV rather, but anyway, was there any form of a public input where they could actually have a comment period?
We created a number of mechanisms to get input from people about the effort that was going on in the Pacific Northwest. But since this process really just launches a future 10-year effort, there will be multiple opportunities in the future when we actually are at the point of decision with information.
When you created that process that you're describing now for people to have input, is that on record? Can we get a copy of that? Was there any, you're talking about public comment, did you get input?
Yes.
Okay, is that public record?
I think we have at this point made available the information that we received through a request for information process and also through an email box that we created.
Can that be accessed online?
I think we have made it available for to people.
How-
And I don't think it can be directly accessed online. I think we have made it publicly available.
How can we determine how to get it?
Well, happy to follow up with you, Congressman.
Okay, but you don't know here today.
How you
You don't
can-
have that information today.
Today, I can say that I know we have made it publicly available, but I can't tell you where to go.
Okay, well, people tell us where to go all the time, so I appreciate that.
Oh, I definitely didn't mean that.
Okay, I got you. So some of that money could have been used, I just wonder if you got comments, because a lot of the fishermen, you talked about Texas Gulf Coast, or fishermen and hunter as well. Was there any thought, you may not know this, any of those comments that any of this money could be better used to actually make the dams more environmentally fish friendly. Was there any comments about that? You probably don't know that
Yeah,
either.
I can't speak to all of the comments. I don't know, Mike's looking at me like he has something to say.
Let's come over here. You're my next victim.
Ms. Congressman, there's substantial
Come on, Mr.
commitment.
Connor.
There's substantial commitments in the document for the Corps of Engineers to reinvest in the facilities, to improve fish passage, to improve hatchery conditions, to improve a number of factors that will improve the ability to recover those and advance those fisheries.
I'm sorry, I'm way out of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Time's expired. I'll now go to the new ranking member, acting ranking member, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this opportunity for us to have this very, very important discussion. And I appreciate the witnesses' expert opinions and information today. First, I'd like to applaud the collective efforts of the federal government, tribes, states, and other stakeholders to reach this historic agreement we're discussing today. This deal not only restores ecosystems and provides stability for communities that depend on the Columbia River system, but also demonstrates the Biden administration's commitment to honoring the United States' obligations to our sovereign nations, tribal nations in America. In past hearings, I have spoken about the importance of bolstering tribal engagements and tribal self-determination, whether that be in the context of new or already existing energy projects. With that in mind, I'd like to discuss the DOE's proposed Pacific Northwest Tribal Energy Program that was included in the White House's agreement. This dedicated program would connect tribes with the investment opportunities that were contained within the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. Mr. Baumann, can you talk about the proposed PNW Tribal Energy Program and how it will work to connect tribes in the region with these already existing and funded programs?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. The program will work with individual tribes as well as with tribes collectively to just start by establishing sort of what their goals and vision are for the kind of energy projects they want to see, and then provide technical assistance from DOE experts and national lab experts on the kinds of projects they can develop and what it takes to develop a project, essentially, up to and including what it takes to finance a project, both from private sector sources and help them identify what are the different options out there from bipartisan infrastructure law or IRA funds that they could apply to as well.
Thank you. Per the terms of the agreement, the department is working closely with the tribes to create a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, by the end of March of this year. I hope you can keep me and the rest of the committee informed about the progress of that MOU. Also, it's also my understanding that the Department of Energy will work with tribes to create a portfolio of energy projects which would be eligible for funding by the Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program. Can you describe how the Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program is going to support the tribal clean energy projects that might be built? And can you talk about how the investments and changes in that Congress made to the program in the IRA are vital in making this program accessible to the tribes?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that question as well. The Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program is a very important program at the Department of Energy, established a number of years ago in our loan programs office. But the way it had been set up with a couple of just the restrictions in the initial legislation meant that it basically had been financing issues, essentially. It had nothing to do with the projects or the applicants, but just the way the loans were working. It didn't quite work. And then some key tweaks were made, as you refer, legislatively. So we're very excited to say that program is now open for business and initial projects are moving through the process. To be clear, the program has its own rules and nothing in the agreement says that there's special access or anything like that, but will help tribes understand what it takes to apply to that program. And the Loan Program Office, as it does for all sorts of applicants, also will provide technical assistance to applicants to help them get their project ready to be considered for a loan.
Yeah, that technical assistance is something that's really important, and I hope that we're all proud of that. There are a lot of tribes and smaller communities, small governments in America that would love to access these funds that we've made available to them, but they really do need technical assistance. They don't all have the sophistication necessary to actually get it done and put their applications in. So thank you for reminding us of that. Also, I'd like to, lastly, can you expand on the efforts by the Department of Energy to advance tribal energy sovereignty through this agreement and how these efforts will provide better stability for communities in the region?
Absolutely. I'd say tribal energy sovereignty is is where it comes in our trust responsibilities and treaty responsibilities as the U.S. government to help the tribes meet their goals is how I think of it. We really look to the tribal leadership as sovereign nations to tell us what sovereignty means to them in the energy area. But there are a lot of benefits that developing their own energy projects can have, whether that's revenue, whether that's jobs, whether it's just higher quality housing and lower energy bills for their members.
Thank you. Honoring our obligations to tribal nations is long overdue, and I commend all of those who are taking part in making sure that this historic agreement actually follows through and respects them as well. My time expiring, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now go to Mr. Balderson from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. My first question is for Mr. Bowerman. Sir, NERC's most recent long-term reliability assessment, which was released a day before the White House announced this agreement, shows the Northwest United States faces significant demand growth over the next decade while losing existing generation. According to NERC, demand in the Northwest will grow from a 72 gigawatt peak in 2023 to 84 gigawatt in 2033. At the same time, the region is expected to lose 19 gigawatts of existing generation over the next decade, mostly from reliable, dispatchable resources such as coal and natural gas. My first question, how much generation from the hydropower will be lost if these 4 dams are breached?
Administrator Hairston could probably give you a more precise number, but I want to say the generation is about 1,000 megawatts in a given year, and then ramping capacity closer to 3,000.
Yes, that's correct. Base load roughly around 1,000 megawatts, and it can peak as high as 2,000 megawatts.
Thank you. Can you assure us that the ratepayers in the Pacific Northwest won't see increased electric cost if this settlement moves forward and the dams are breached?
I believe Administrator Hairston testified.
Let me go for Mr. Hairston again. Sorry, sir.
Sorry.
Mr. Hairston, go ahead.
So as Chair Mallory mentioned before, this agreement does not call for the dams to be breached. That is certainly a congressional act. But hypothetically speaking, if the dams were breached, depending on what the replacement resources were, they most likely would lead to some rate increase.
Okay.
Were you asking about the cost of the agreement or the cost of theoretical dam breach?
Theoretical damage, what it would cost the ratepayers.
So theoretical dam breach, you're going to see costs all over the map in terms of different estimates out there. Because it really depends on the mix of technologies that end up getting used to provide that 24/7 dispatchable, reliable service. So I'd argue there kind of is, part of the reason that the main commitment related to dam breach is this study is to understand what the potential costs are.
Okay. Follow up with you also, and Mr. Harrison, you may jump in also if need be. Did you work or seek the opinions or providers of utilities as the administration and the Department of Energy developed this agreement? Did you work with the utilities and everyone?
Yeah, many of the utility associations and individual utilities participated in the mediation.
Okay. All right, perfect. According to Mr. Matheson, who is going to be up next, sir, how are you? The CEO of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, not a single person with responsibility to keep the lights on was in the room when this deal was cut. Those are his words. I would strongly recommend you work with a broader range of stakeholders moving forward because it's important the administration understands the shortcomings of replacing hydropower with wind and solar, especially when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. So I would encourage that, please, to work with them. Ms. Mallory, good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Honorable, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you say the United States government will undertake or help fund studies to assist in evaluating alternatives to the irrigation services provided by these 4 dams. Can you discuss what these alternatives to the irrigation services provided by the 4 dams would look like?
Thank you, Congressman. I think the point of the studies that we're talking about is to examine that, to examine what would be possible and the cost issues, as Jeremiah pointed out.
Okay. I'm concerned, based on the testimony from witnesses in the second panel, that farms irrigated by the Snake River would be bankrupt by the loss of this irrigation. And I'm worried that simply studying potential alternatives after these dams are breached would be too little, too late. It's important to remember that people's livelihoods and generational farms depend on this irrigation. Chair Mallory, I understand that the settlement hopes to replace generation lost from hydropower with new wind and solar projects. Do you believe variable weather-dependent resources need to be balanced and integrated by flexible dispatchable resources to maintain system reliability?
Yeah, Congressman, I just want to clarify one thing. The studies are occurring before there's even any decision by Congress to breach, so it's not coming afterwards. I think that part of the regional needs assessment planning process is to look fully at the opportunities for what energy would look like in the region, and I think that will be also the information that will be available to Congress should it choose to move forward on this.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Ms. Custer for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start out my questions by clearing a major misconception I've heard from my friends on the other side of the aisle. That they are contending the Biden administration is somehow anti-hydropower. Let's set the record straight. The Biden administration has overseen a historic effort to invest in our nation's hydropower system. I worked with my Republican colleague in the Senate, Senator Rob Portman, to secure $753 million in the bipartisan infrastructure law to rehabilitate our nation's existing hydropower fleet and retrofit hydropower dams, powered dams with hydropower generation. That's the single largest investment in the nation's private hydropower fleet ever. And I'm proud that the Biden administration is getting that money into the field to increase hydropower generation. Mr. Baumann, I want to quickly run through some yes or no questions, which I think will help reinforce that this is a pro-hydropower administration. My first question, the Department of Energy calls hydropower one of the oldest and largest sources of renewable energy. NOAA Fisheries states that hydropower accounts for approximately half of the nation's renewable-based electricity. If these expert agencies state that hydropower is a renewable technology, then in fact, is hydropower a renewable technology, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
My second question, in publishing the Section 45V production tax credit for hydrogen, the Department of Energy's Greenhouse Gases, Regulated Emissions, and Energy Use in Technologies tool states that hydropower has a life cycle emissions rate of 0 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt of hydropower generated. Hydropower obviously does not utilize combustion as a form of power production. Is hydropower a carbon-free technology?
Yes.
Thank you. My third question, because of hydropower's ability to generate power when the electric system needs it, does hydropower provide dispatchable generation that helps meet the changing demands of our grid?
Depends a little on the hydrological profile of the river it's in, but generally, yes, it does.
Great, thank you. And my fourth and final question, does hydropower's dispatchability help incorporate more renewables onto the energy system?
Yes, it does.
Great. Thank you so much. As these answers show, the administration and Congress can agree hydropower is a critical energy resource. Switching gears here to Assistant Secretary Connor. As you know, the national labs estimate that retrofitting non-powered core dams with hydropower generation could unlock 8 gigawatts of clean, reliable power generation. That's enough to power more than 5 million homes. One of the major barriers to retrofitting non-powered Army Corps dams is the Army Corps Section 408 review process, which unfortunately varies across 24 Army Corps districts. I was proud to secure Section 8123 in the 2022 WRDA, Water Resources Development Act bill, signed into law by President Biden in December of 2022. That section directs the Corps to develop a, quote, efficient, consistent, and coordinated process across Army Corps districts for reviewing 408 applications to retrofit non-powered dams with hydropower. At our September 2023 hearing, I asked Acting Director Thomas P. Smith about this provision, and regretfully, I received a non-answer. In response to a question for the record, the Corps sent my office a memo from November 2023 which extends the status quo until it is superseded by rulemaking, ultimately ignoring Congress's directive to create a consistent process for reviewing applications to retrofit non-powered dams. So more than a year after Congress passed and the president signed the worded provision into the law, the Army Corps has yet to act. So my question to you today, Assistant Secretary Connor, pursuant to Section 8123 of WRDA, can you commit to release a consistent, coordinated process for Corps districts to review 408 applications to retrofit non-powered dams with hydropower generation in the next 6 months?
Thank you for the question. I can certainly commit that we are moving forward with a 408 rulemaking process that's within DOD right now before it goes. I need to go back and check and see how we've addressed the specific provision you raised in WRDA in that rulemaking. And certainly we are moving through the process. Unfortunately, rulemakings take time, but we are committed to that, absolutely.
And can we get that done in 6 months? Because we've already waited a year, and that was Congress's clear intent.
There is no way, unless the rulemaking process went through me only, that I would get that rulemaking done in 6 months, but we will try and move it forward as quickly as possible. It's been on our agenda. It is a priority action. Unfortunately, it's got to go through the rulemaking process.
Thank you. I'll yield back.
Chair Leahy's time's expired. I'll go to Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this effort to remove dams for producing hydropower, what would you use to replace it? Do you not understand the question?
Who is that question directed at?
I'll direct it to, I was directing it to all of it. Mr. Harrison, you're welcome to respond to that.
Yes. So if the dams were breached, we would have to evaluate what would be the correct mix of resources to replace the dams with. But, you know, given the landscape today, it could be a mix.
What's your timeline for breaching the dams?
There is no timeline.
So it could be 3 years, 5 years, 25 years? I mean, and the reason I ask this is I worked for 2 international engineering companies. I worked in environmental systems, refuse to energy. And you're not just going to start taking out sources for hydropower, and particularly in the state of Washington, that's 70% of their power, and think you're going to replace it in just a short time. I mean, just the permitting issues involved, I don't see how you're going to do this at all. And particularly when hydropower is one of the cleanest sources of power that you can get, unless you're planning to replace it with nuclear, and then again, we get into the permitting issues. So I think this discussion about breaching dams and how it impacts people has enormous consequences. And I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they want to go to 100% renewable. I just want to remind people that there's a consequence for that. In the UK, for instance, since 2008, the British have tried to lead Europe in going to renewables, but it has resulted in it's hammered their economy. They have the lowest economic growth since 1780. I'll remind you that's the year before Yorktown in the American Revolution. It's resulted in energy poverty that has resulted just last winter in what was a relatively mild winter in Europe. Over 13,000, almost 14,000 British citizens died because they couldn't afford to adequately heat their homes. 68,000 died in Europe because they couldn't afford their household utility bills and still afford their medicine and food. So we come into these hearings and see things being pushed by the Biden administration that really, as someone who's worked in engineering, I just have to think, what are they thinking? Because you're not going to replace years and years of experience in producing power overnight. We're talking decades to get some of this done. And I just wonder, have you thought through this?
Congressman, can I just jump in here? Because I think it's important to emphasize the point that we have made no decision about breaching the dams. The agreement does not do that. That is not something that we have in front of us. We are creating the path for study.
It's not a matter of the decision you've made. It's a matter of whether or not you are in reality understanding what it takes to produce power. And my guess is you don't.
I think part of the analysis that will go on over the next 10 years, which is what this agreement allows for, will look at what the energy needs are and what's realistic and what's practical.
Well, I can tell you that we don't want to get in a situation like the UK's gotten into where people are dying needlessly, people with the respiratory issues, cardiovascular issues, like they are in the UK, like they have in Europe. That's not acceptable. We don't want to see the incredible harm that this will inflict upon our economy. And I've got news for you. As pointed out in a previous hearing, China's building a coal-fired power plant, about one a week, but they're not just building them in China. I'll let my friend, Mr. Armstrong, comment on that when his time comes up to ask questions. But again, there's practical realities that is involved in this. And I hope that all of you are cognizant enough of the ramifications of what you're looking into would have on people and on our country, and as the rest of the world is trying to evolve out of energy poverty, they're not going to adopt the programs that this administration is pushing forward. That, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Seeing no other members on the minority side, I'll now go to Mr. Armstrong for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to Mr. Pfluger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Chair, thanks for hosting this this hearing. I'll start with Mr. Bowman and ask just a very simple question about whether hydropower plays an important role in the energy mix, and get your overall thoughts on that mixture.
Yeah, it does. It's the foundation of many parts of the country's economy. So it's just its very existence and the amount of power it provides is important, but it also provides important services that other energy sources don't necessarily provide right now.
Is it your belief that the Department of Energy supports hydropower?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Mallory, the Biden administration has made their commitment to climate change abundantly clear. And if dams are removed from the Snake River, their significant clean energy production will be replaced by alternatives and by sources that the Biden administration is actively trying to kill. How is the administration going to reconcile this?
Thank you, Congressman. I think, as I've said, the regional needs assessment that is planned as part of this effort is where the agencies and the experts will be looking at what the mix is, what's possible, and what would be a practicable step forward if Congress decides that it wants to pursue dam breach.
Talk to me about what that mix looks like. And can you also explain who has the authority when it comes to removal?
Yes, as I've said, the authority to determine that dams will be removed is Congress's. And so the point of this effort that we're going through is to try to gather the information that would be useful not only to those in the regions who've been focused on this issue, but also to Congress if that point comes.
Yeah, and I think that's the point of having this hearing, is that Congress has that authority.
Correct.
And what we want to establish here is a baseline of, we hear this word, all of the above, but how about best of the above and the impact? And in this particular case, there's a source of energy right at our fingertips that is in fact renewable and is working. My next question for you, and that's why we want to have this hearing, but my next question, Ms. Mallory, is while the administration has made commitments through an MOU to prepare to breach 4 of the dams, can you clarify can you clarify what that process would look like on the removal and why this is such an issue when it comes to not wanting to keep these in place and maintain them?
Thank you. As I said, we have not made a decision about removing the dams. That is not what the commitments do. And I think importantly, I think one of the things about these dams, which have obviously been of great benefit to the region, is that it hasn't come without some consequences. And it is as a result of the tribal responsibilities and obligations that we have under the treaties that this conversation has been pursued. It hasn't come without consequences to the salmon. So we're trying to get to a place to address all of these issues at the same time and looking at the potential implications overall for the region.
What are the implications in the production of electricity if these dams are removed?
I mean, again, I think that's what the regional needs assessment is for. And so you've heard a little bit from the hypothetical.
According to you, your thoughts?
I'm not an expert on energy. The folks who are experts are sitting next to me, and that's why we set up the process so that there would be an assessment done by experts.
Is it your assessment that the administration believes in a best of the above approach when it comes to the generation and the production of electricity?
I think energy, as I think Jeremiah has already talked about, is a complex a matter that, depending on the place and the type of energy, you may have a different results.
Yeah, it is a complex matter, and yet it's very simple. When you have the ability to produce, especially from something like hydropower, that should be used, and in every case, the benefit to the public, the benefit to those that are living there should be considered. And I think that's why we're so worried here on this committee, because we have resources and the administration has just taken steps to tell us that we're not going to be able to export LNG and continue to grow that sector when the president explicitly made a promise to our European allies that we would produce additional LNG and we would export that. It ties into this situation here. So I'll let anybody from the energy sector answer. Does the administration support a best of the above approach?
I believe the administration supports a clean energy approach. So we'll look at all opportunities to advance that.
Not best of the above.
I don't know what the mix is. It's a combination of renewables, batteries, carbon sequestration. I don't know. We're concerned about climate change, absolutely, and limiting emissions. That's absolutely true statement.
I think it's clear that the priorities are backwards in a lot of cases. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Mr. Armstrong passed over to Mr. Pfluger, and now recognize Armstrong, who instructed me to recognize the chairwoman of the committee. Ms. Rogers, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Mallory, you began your testimony stating that there's 13 salmon runs that were listed as endangered in the 90s. Behind me is a graphic showing the 5 runs listed as crisis in Washington State. Only one passes through the lower Snake River dams. Ms. Coit, if only one of these runs pass through the lower Snake River dams, then does NOAA determine How does NOAA determine that the lower Snake River dams are the main source of the problem for these 5 runs that are in crisis?
Thank you for that question. I think what we're saying is the lower Snake River dams are part of the factors that put salmon at risk, not that they are the one thing. So it's a suite of actions that put salmon at risk, not just the dams. And certainly, we've been working with the Army Corps to improve the hydropower system so that it does a better job with passage in both directions. And that is part of this agreement as well.
Thank you. So if you look up and down the West Coast, you know, there's rivers that don't have any dams. The Fraser River in British Columbia don't have any dams on the Fraser River, and yet they have similar salmon declines. So if we're seeing similar salmon declines up and down the West Coast, is it possible, Ms. Coit, that the main issue impacting the success of salmon are not the dams, but predation, pollution, habitat loss, and ocean conditions?
All of those things affect salmon during their life cycle, for sure, including the dams. And we've seen, like with the Elba Dam, when you take out dams, that salmon will return to places that they haven't been because of the impediments.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight that the Snake River Fall Chinook Run is approaching goal. The Snake River Basin Steelhead making progress. There's 4 other runs, 2 in Puget Sound, that are in crisis. I've yet to see a plan to address those runs. Has NOAA, under the Biden administration, changed their position with respect to the lower Snake River dams?
I'm not sure what you mean by changing the position. I think what NOAA concluded was
If I may
considering.
clarify that.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. NOAA issued a report, Rebuilding Interior Columbia Basin Salmon and Steelhead Report. Earlier today, you said that that report advocates for breaching the dams. That is the question is, based upon that report, did the Biden administration change its position with respect to the lower Snake River dams?
No, I think NOAA, in our report, says that the best science indicates that among a number of centerpiece actions, considering breaching those dams would provide a better outcome for fish.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think
Thank
the
you.
agreement doesn't speak to that specifically, the memorandum of agreement.
Prior to this report, had NOAA ever issued any report advocating for the breaching of the 4 lower Snake River dams?
I don't want to say anything inaccurate, so I would like to double check, but I don't believe so.
So then you did change your position. If you hadn't ever in the past, if NOAA had not issued a report advocating for the breaching of the 4 lower Snake River dams, then NOAA changed its position.
Well, I think what we did was take a look at a regional consensus around a report that was provided to us that we endorsed. And then we looked at those, as I said, those goals are different from the Endangered Species Act goals. And then the report that we put together looked at what would provide the best suite of actions that would provide the best chance of meeting those higher level goals, the healthy and harvestable goals.
Well, bottom line, it sounds to me like NOAA changed their position. Chair Mallory, can you tell me how many tribes are in Washington State?
Actually, Congresswoman, I can't.
How many tribes well, there's 29. How many tribes were included in this agreement?
So the litigation parties that were related to this agreement included 4 specific tribes.
So 4 out of 29. Chair Mallory, do you believe that removing the Snake River dams will guarantee our salmon runs are restored?
I was going to say, as we discussed, I believe that the information that we have on the Snake River dams is based on what NOAA has told us and on what it represents, I think, the scientific view of.
Ignoring predation, pollution, habitat loss, ocean conditions. And for those who are saying this is going to provide certainty, it's certainty for 5 years, with the possibility of another 5 years. There's still more work to be done. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Mr. Fulcher for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to be here today, the panelists for being here. This is for Ms. Mallory, and I have a few questions about the September 22 report titled Rebuilding the Interior Columbia Basin and Salmon Steelhead, and just for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to refer to that as the September 22 rebuilding report, okay?
Yes.
So CEQ was involved with coordinating between federal agencies, tribal government and members, state governments and nonprofits to compile information that was used in that September 22 rebuilding report. Is that correct?
I think by the time the report was prepared, our involvement was simply in helping to coordinate the release of the report.
Okay, so you were involved with the coordination of that. CEQ
Of the
is also-
release.
So you didn't have anything to do with the compilation?
Correct.
Okay,
Did not.
so CEQ was involved in drafting the September
False.
22 rebuilding?
Was not.
You were not involved with any?
Not involved in the drafting.
Okay, put that on the record. Thank you for that. As part of the drafting process, officials from CEQ reviewed drafts of the September 22 rebuilding report. Is that right?
That's probably correct.
Okay, so as part of the drafting process, you reviewed that, but you weren't involved with the drafting process.
No, we
right?
were not. I think we were reviewing it to make sure that the 2 reports that actually came out pretty close to one another, the energy report and the NOAA rebuilding report, were done, came out at the right time together.
Okay, all right. So CEQ coordinated and worked with NOAA and NOAA Fisheries during the process to develop the draft of the September 22 building report. Is that right?
I mean, again, it depends on what you're trying to say. We knew that there was a
You
NOAA
either
draft
worked-
being
You either
created.
worked with NOAA or you didn't on
We
it.
worked with NOAA, but we
Okay.
did not get involved in the science.
That's fair. You worked with NOAA on it.
Well,
All
I-
the work that CEQ did with NOAA and NOAA Fisheries on the September 22 report, can you just describe that?
Again, I think at that point, we had already started the interagency process that was focused on how we were all going to work together around this issue. And so we knew they were doing a report because they said that there was a gap in the information, and we were coordinating how the release of this information would be made public.
Okay. To what extent did CEQ task or coordinate the agencies when it came to obtaining information on the process for the 2022 rebuilding report and CEQ's involvement? To what extent did CEQ task or coordinate the agencies when it came to obtaining information on the process for the 2022 rebuilding report?
So we were operating in an interagency process at that point, and I think if what your question is making sure that the agencies were providing NOAA with information, yes, I think we were involved in that.
Was any of that coordination connected to considering the option of dismantling, breaching, or otherwise undermining operational control of the lower Snake River dams?
I actually am not close enough to the coordination to try to speak to that, so I'm going to stop there. I was
Ms.
not
Mallory,
involved.
just by these responses, it's very clear to me, you're posturing that CEQ was some objective counselor is just disingenuous.
Congressman, I don't think I'm posturing that we're an objective
That's
counselor.
exactly
What
how
I'm
you're
posturing is
that's
that we
exactly
are
how you're posturing it.
in the
And
White
that's-
House
it's a
representing the
disingenuous
president's
response.
agenda. That's what we're doing. We're
Okay, well, let me-
advancing
let
the
me-
president's
let's speak
agenda.
about that for a second. On your website, it says CEQ was created in 1969 by the National Environmental Policy Act, which advises the president and develops policies on climate change, environmental justice, federal sustainability, public lands, and so on and so on. Ms. Mallory, in 1969, global warming hadn't even been invented yet, much less climate change or environmental justice, okay? And so this has turned into a progressive rallying cry that's still in search of a definition. Clearly, the mission of CEQ has changed, okay? Because this wasn't what it was in 1969. And so right now, I believe, and I think your responses substantiate it, your mission has been included to promote the breaching of the lower four Snake River dams.
Thank you,
And I,
Congressman.
for one, in terms of Congress, I'm not going to stand for it.
I would say on that.
Those dams provide hydro, transportation on barging, irrigation, flood control, and recreation. The removal or breaching or bypassing would decimate the economy of the Pacific Northwest. We're not going to stand for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now go to Mr. Owanote. Mr. Sarbanes is back, so Mr. Sarbanes recognized 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you all being here today. Obviously, a very complex set of issues when we look at these competing interests. And the Columbia River Basin Challenge gives us an opportunity to do that deep dive. At these hydroelectric dams all across the country, we've got to achieve that balance. The importance of these sites, renewable hydropower generation, is undeniable, but oftentimes there's environmental impacts, as we've discussed today, from their operations. In Maryland, I'm very focused, as I represent the state, on the Conowingo Dam, which sits on the Susquehanna River. It provides half of the fresh water that reaches the Chesapeake Bay. It's a non-federal hydroelectric dam that generates around half of the renewable energy in our state, but has also been subject to years of litigation related to how its operation impacts upstream and downstream ecosystems. Assistant Administrator Coy, could you just talk, and I know you've done some of this already today, but about how we approach the need to balance, on the one hand, our energy needs and other things with the environmental perspective that we need to bring to bear. Are you hopeful about how we're starting to get our arms around that, and certainly what the federal perspective on that can bring to bear?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. Yes, our job at NOAA Fisheries in regards to any listed marine and anadromous fisheries or species, excuse me, is to work on with action agencies or developers or permittees on the mitigation that's required to make sure that we avoid jeopardizing a listed species. And so I think the work that we're doing now to promote clean energy is being done, consistent with the Endangered Species Act and the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, and looking carefully at how to avoid and minimize and mitigate impacts to species in the marine environment, in the riverine, and other environments.
I mean, as a general matter, what I think happens when we bring more of the environmental considerations into play here is that we just take a lens that may have been narrowed and we start to broaden it out, and we bring other considerations to bear. When you look at the Columbia River Basin challenge, even if you leave aside the question of what's going to happen with removal or not in terms of the dams, I imagine these investments that we're seeing, for example, the $300 million committed from Bonneville and so forth, are ones that are going to benefit those fish populations regardless, correct?
Yes, we're making a lot of investments in improving habitat that will result in healthier, more resilient fish that will do better in an impaired or a manipulated system or a natural system.
And I hope to see that perspective being brought to bear with respect to the Conowingo Dam, which is right now blocking American shad and river herring from migrating upstream to spawning grounds, and generally in other states where dam operations can impede fish migration. And I'm glad the federal government is stepping in. I want to give the government credit for that. And Chair Mallory, in the time that remains, maybe just talk about how important it is for CEQ to take the convening role, the kind of cross-agency convening role when it comes to this balance that we're trying to achieve.
Thank you so much, Congressman. I think the key point about CEQ's responsibilities is that we are there to serve the president on the issues of the time. And so the issues of the time right now very much are this interrelationship between climate change and what it's doing to our natural resources and what it means for our tribal responsibilities. And so what we have tried to do on complex issues like this is to make sure that the federal family is all at least coming together and participating with one another around some of these issues, which are very hard and which result in, require us to kind of look at each of the individual missions as we're trying to find a path forward. So I think in this case, the interagency process has been really critical to bringing us all along and to arriving at a place where we're representing the president's goals.
Thanks very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The Chair will now recognize Mr. Obernolte for 5 minutes, and I request, would you gentlemen yield for 30 seconds?
Certainly, sir.
Thanks, the gentleman. Ms. Mallory, was the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, involved in the decision-making of removing these dams?
There's been no decision to remove dams, and they are not part of our interagency process because it's an independent agency.
There's long-term implications there. They should have been. They're involved on the front end of approving electric projects, reliability, energy cost, but they weren't involved in removing dams that could ultimately affect energy prices for people in Washington State and the Pacific Northwest.
We are not removing dams. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Mallory, thank you for being here today. In addition to my role on the Energy and Commerce Committee, I serve as the chairman of the Science, Space, and Technologies Subcommittee on Investigations and Oversight.
Our subcommittee over the last 10 months has been conducting an investigation into a proposed rule that would require U.S. government contractors to submit reports of their greenhouse gas emissions and to a third-party foreign entity that would then set emissions reductions targets for those companies. We've been concerned with the role that CEQ played in selecting this foreign company called SBTI, specifically the fact that CEQ and SBTI appear to have a very close relationship, that SBTI was selected in a non-merit-based process in a sole source contract, and the fact that quasi-regulatory authority is being delegated to a foreign entity here. We have invited you on multiple occasions to testify at hearings that we've held on this issue, and unfortunately, you have not made yourself available, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask some of my questions today. On 4 different occasions, your staff met with subcommittee staff and stated unequivocally that CEQ had no role in the rulemaking process past the initial drafting of the rule, and no role in the selection of SBTI. And your deputy, Andrew Mayock, who testified before our subcommittee hearing, said the same thing on the record. However, subsequent document production from CEQ make it unambiguously clear that that is not correct. Last month, Ranking Member Fushi of my subcommittee and Congresswoman Lofgren, the ranking member of the full Science, Space, and Technology Committee, sent you a letter demanding that you correct the record on this issue. And let me point out that when an agency has succeeded in upsetting members of a subcommittee on both sides of the aisle, it's an indication that the process has been badly mishandled. When do you intend to correct the record on this issue?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate that. And I think we are actually in the process, as I indicated in a letter back to the ranking members, looking at specifically the issues that arose in this situation. I think we obviously believe that there's been some miscommunication, and that is a miscommunication that I'm trying to understand better. We're looking specifically at the questions raised in the letter that went to the relationship between an employee and these entities. And I think we had already determined at a career staff level that there was not a conflict of interest. But the issues of appearance are things that I'm looking at right now. So I'm working on that. We'll hear back shortly.
All right. Well, I mean, my concern is that it seems like your agency made a material misrepresentation on the record to my subcommittee, and I would like to request that you correct the record on that, since it seems very clear that that correction is warranted.
Thank you, Congressman. As I said, we're looking into that. I think we do not believe we made a material misrepresentation, but we are definitely looking at that.
Well, I mean, members on both sides of the aisle of my committee and our committee staff believe that you did. I'd like to read you something that your office put out in response to our investigative memo. You said, the committee's incendiary allegations regarding the motivation of the rulemaking are unfounded and represent an attempt to distract from the administration's historic work to build a climate-resilient, clean energy future. To be clear, we were not conducting a hearing on whether or not the plan to require companies to set emissions reductions targets was proper. We were investigating what we perceived to be an improper relationship between CEQ and SBTI and the role that CEQ played in selecting SBTI for this. How is what was in our investigation memo unfounded? Because that's the assertion that you made in your statement.
Thank you, Congressman. As I said, we are in the midst of our own investigation right now. I do not want to speak specifically to this issue. I think our sense, based on my reading of it as well, is there was some misunderstanding both on our role and on the facts of the circumstance, because in part you only released information about a narrow set of stakeholders who were involved when we did a broad review of stakeholders who had a role in this particular kind of matter.
All right, well, I see that I'm out of time. I'd like to invite you to appear before another hearing of the subcommittee to discuss this further, to present CEQ's side of the issue. If there are documents that are exculpatory, I'd invite you to share them with us and with the public. Is that something that you will consent to do, to appear before the subcommittee?
Congressman, I appreciate the invitation. We'll certainly circle back. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that as a maybe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. That'll conclude the first panel. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. We're going to stand in recess, pending call of the chair, give staff time to replace the name tags, and then we'll convene the second panel upon the gavel. Stand in recess.
South Korea.
All right, if we could ask everyone to start taking your seats and getting organized here, we're going to start in just a second. All right, we'll call the subcommittee back to order, and I want to thank our witnesses on the second panel today, and I'll recognize them. Again, you'll have 5 minutes. There are lights in front of you, green, yellow, red. Gets to red, just wrap it up. We'll try to keep on time. Our witnesses today, Mr. Jeremy Takala, member of the Yakama Nations Tribal Council. Yakama, right? Yakama. I've been on that Yakama River fishing, so I should have known that. Honorable Jim Matheson, welcome back, CEO of National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, former member, and we're glad you're here. Mr. Casey, Ms. Casey Chumrah, CEO of Washington Grain Commission, and Mr. Neil Mayonu, Executive Director of Pacific Northwest Waterways Association. This may be the most complicated name group that we've ever had here, but we'll struggle through it. But thank you guys for being here. I'll now recognize Mr. Takala for 5 minutes, give an opening statement.
Thank you. Still good morning? Good afternoon, Chairman Duncan, Rick, members, DGAD, and distinguished committee members. My name is Pakanasha, and I'm known as Jeremy Takala. Today, on behalf of the Confederate Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation, in my capacity as the current chair for the Yakama Nation Tribal Council's Fish and Wildlife Committee, the Yakama Nation is deeply concerned that congressional representatives are hearing a one-sided story fueled by fear and misinformation about the Biden administration's December 14th agreement and what it means for the people of the Pacific Northwest. Some have called the agreement a backroom deal written by a radical environmental special interest group and rubber stamped by the Biden administration. I was on the Yakama Nation's negotiations team, and I can tell you that this is simply untrue. Others worry that the cost of implementing the agreement will fall on BPA and its ratepayers and significantly increase electric bills in their communities. But BPA's own analysis indicates that the agreement will have little to no rate impacts. When misinformation is the point where opponents of the agreement are telling you that massive dams are actually good for fish passage and cold water, it is time to take a step back. As a signatory to the agreement, the Yakama Nation is happy to testify today and help set the record straight. This agreement is a historic opportunity to help save our salmon and secure a just and prosperous future for everyone in the Columbia Basin. First, for clarity, the Yakama Nation is not a radical environmental special interest group. The Yakama Nation is a sovereign native nation comprised of the confederated peoples of 14 historic tribes and bands from the Columbia Plateau. Our inherent sovereign rights and privileges are recognized and guaranteed by the treaty we signed with the U.S. in 1855. Since time immemorial, the strength of our Yakama Nation and its people have come from the Inchiwana, the Big River or the Columbia River, and its tributaries, and from the fish, game, roots, and berries nourished by their waters. Today, we have one of the largest and most sophisticated fisheries management and restoration programs in the nation. But we also own and operate our own Yakama Power, which delivers electricity to more than 3,000 customers on the Yakama Reservation and is the only tribal electric utility with membership in the Regional Public Power Council. This agreement was not developed by environmental special interest groups. The commitments are a direct response to the comprehensive Columbia Basin Restoration Initiative advanced to the administration by the following: the Yakama Nation, the Umatilla, Warm Springs, and the Nez Perce tribes, and the states of Washington and Oregon. Each leader of the 6 sovereigns that brokered this deal with the U.S. government are elected government leaders and accountable to their constituents, which have interest in both improved salmon returns and affordable electricity. The initiative was developed because we all understand that rapidly changing economic, energy, and climate conditions in the Northwest and the dire status of Columbia Basin fisheries require a comprehensive and urgent plan of action to respond in inevitable changes and meet regional needs during the coming decades. Healthy and abundant runs of salmon and steelhead would not just benefit Indian people, but the larger population as well. Thousands of jobs in the sports fishing and even commercial industry will lost with diminished salmon runs. Those jobs and the millions of dollars in income and even taxes would return with a healthy fishery, and those economic benefits need to be factored into this discussion. A federal mediation process aimed at resolving decades of litigation over the operation of federal hydro system led to this agreement. This process, like all mediation, was confidential. The Biden administration has shown an unprecedented and long overdue level of federal commitments to saving Columbia Basin salmon and in upholding tribal treaty rights, but the cost of implementing the December 14th agreement will not be borne by the region's ratepayers. This agreement brings the whole of the U.S. government's commitment to salmon restoration on par with BPA's long-standing obligations, which have generally not been met. Applying BPA's preliminary rate analysis, the potential monthly rate increase for an average residential customer would be about 24 cents if their power came 100% from BPA, which is not typical. Only 24 cents, and there would be no increased cost for customers of investor-owned utilities like those serving the cities of Yakima, Spokane, which do not buy firm power from BPA. For example, the Washington customers of Avista, Pacific Power, Puget Sound Energy would have zero risk of rate increase from December 14th agreement. In closing, the successful implementation of December 14th agreement is vitally important. Columbia Basin salmon are in a crisis, and the courtroom cannot deliver the creative and comprehensive solutions that we need. And our history has shown that salmon cannot survive under the status quo. Putting the questions of breach aside, there are millions of dollars in shovel-ready identified hatchery, habitat restoration plans, and deferred maintenance of fish passage facilities pending before agencies now that need to be undertaken. We must restore Columbia Basin fisheries to healthy and abundant levels. The economic and ecological health of our region requires it, and my people's tribal treaty rights demand it. As the U.S. Supreme Court recently affirmed, treaty fishing rights include the right to actually catch fish, not just to dip our nets in empty waters without salmon. I thank you today, and thank you for your time, members.
All right, gentlemen, time's expired. I'll now recognize the Honorable Mr. Matheson for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Subcommittee Chair Duncan and Ranking Member DeGette. It's good to be before the committee today to testify. My name is Jim Matheson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, or NRECA. I'm testifying today on behalf of America's 900 not-for-profit, community-owned electric cooperatives, but most importantly, I'm here representing the 55 co-ops in the 8 western states that get hydropower from the Bonneville Power Administration system. Look, this ill-conceived Lower Snake River Dam settlement agreement we're here to discuss, it was brokered in secret, without contributions from electric utilities. And as a result, and not surprisingly, it does threaten electric reliability. It also violates in a fundamental way the trust communities in the Northwest put in the federal government. And my written testimony provides a thorough set of comments on why the settlement agreement is bad policy and that it was developed through a bad process. I'll highlight 5 concerns in my oral comments today. Number 1, the settlement agreement threatens access to 3,000 megawatts of nameplate capacity of carbon-free, reliable, and affordable power in the Pacific Northwest and the broader Western interconnection, at a time when, in fact, our whole nation and this part of the country needs more electricity, not less. The 4 lower Snake River dams we're discussing today are part of a vital hydropower system, makes up roughly 80% of BPA's generation capacity, and it's been said a lot, but this system really is the backbone of the economy of the Pacific Northwest. Number 2, the 4 lower Snake River dams are particularly valuable as a flexible, controllable carbon-free resource, able to be ramped up or down with precision to integrate intermittent renewables and make those renewables all the more valuable, and to account for changing demands on the system, and to provide reliability to keep the lights on. And this is not just theoretical. The critical value of these dams is demonstrated earlier this month when a record cold snap hit the Northwest. Demand for electricity set new records. As demand went up, the wind stopped blowing. Wind production across the BPA system dropped from January 11th till January 13th by 94% as the cold intensified. Hydropower filled the gap, increasing output by roughly 50% during the same period, keeping the lights on, and furnaces and space heaters running during the extreme cold event when electricity was needed most. Wind simply didn't perform, and the dams did perform. Number 3, if anyone's making the argument the agreement doesn't specifically call for breaching the dams, let's look at the implications of the agreement. I stipulate it's up to Congress to vote on breaching the dams. So the dams may not be physically breached by the agreement, but the mandated spill and flow agreements chip away at the economic viability of the dams with the goal of making them uneconomic to operate. There are 22 times by my count in this settlement agreement where the word breaching is mentioned. There are 25 times in this agreement where replacement power is referenced. Why are we talking about replacement power unless it assumes the dams are going to be breached? So I get the first panel up here talking about, oh, we can't do this, Congress has to do this. They know Congress has to do it. But this settlement effort is a way to force Congress's hand and put Congress in a position where breaching is more likely. That's the fact in what this agreement says. Number 4, the intermittency of renewables creates inescapable challenges for the electric grid, and they cannot replace the always available Lower Snake River Dam hydropower. Simply put, the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine 24 hours a day. Hydropower is a dispatchable resource, meaning it can be adjusted to meet demand. It's ever ready as a source of baseload power. Wind and solar, on the other hand, are unpredictable. Now, look, that doesn't mean they don't have value. Electric cooperatives strongly support renewable energy, but it must fit correctly into a reliable, diversified electric generation mix. Wind and solar simply don't work as direct one-to-one replacements for hydropower. 1 megawatt of solar is not the same as 1 megawatt of hydro. 2 megawatts of solar isn't the same as 1 megawatt of hydro. Even 3 isn't. Number 5, important stakeholders were in fact left out of the important stages of the settlement agreement. Sure, everyone's involved at the front end for some listening sessions, and people were asked to provide some comments. And then when the real conversations happened over the last several months, they were shut out of that process. The people whose job is to keep the lights on were kept in the dark. And unfortunately, that's the future of the Pacific Northwest if this settlement agreement moves ahead and these dams are breached. And I think the settlement process sets a dangerous precedent of exclusion. CEQ, the federal mediation team, the individuals they're given the privilege to negotiate, they shouldn't be proud of this settlement. It undermines trust in the federal government. It will invariably lead to more litigation, and it's going to harm electric reliability. Meeting future energy needs requires thoughtful solutions and an approach that is inclusive of all energy resources to maintain reliability and affordability. The Lower Snake River Dam settlement does not strike this balance. NRECA and the nation's electric cooperatives look forward to working with this committee and others in Congress to address our concerns. I look forward to answering any questions.
I thank the gentleman, and I'll go to Ms. Chumrah for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Rogers, Chairman Duncan, Ranking Members Pallone and DeGette. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today on this important issue. My name is Casey Chumrah, and I'm the CEO of the Washington Grain Commission. Grain growers in the Pacific Northwest rely on the Columbia Snake River system and the Lower Snake River dams in particular for their livelihoods. The Columbia Snake River system is the top wheat export gateway in the nation, with more than 55% of all U.S. wheat exports moving through the PNW by barge or rail. Specifically, 10% of wheat that is exported from the United States passes through the 4 locks and dams along the Lower Snake River. This is especially important for our state because Washington is the 4th, sometimes the 3rd, largest wheat producer in the nation and exports 90% of the wheat produced in the state. In addition, the agriculture industry, the Columbia Snake River system is the 2nd largest gateway for soybean and corn exports coming from as far as the Midwest and serving an important channel to bring crop inputs upriver to farmers in the region. Washington's agriculture industry and its ability to produce and export products globally is critical to the state and region's economy. The total value of wheat exported through the PNW is nearly $4 billion per year. For Washington, the state is among the top 20 states for agricultural exports in the nation, with over $8 billion in Washington-grown or processed food and agricultural exports in 2022. A significant volume of food and agriculture products from other states, including soybeans, wheat, and corn, are exported through regional ports each year. Once these pass-through exports are combined with Washington-grown or processed exports, the total value reaches over $23 billion. The Washington wheat industry alone contributed over $3.1 billion to the state's economy in 2022, with a heightened impact in rural areas. In the same year, total direct employment associated with Washington wheat production amounted to more than 3,600 jobs. Indirect and induced employment amounted to 11,000 additional jobs. The impact that Washington farmers have on their local and regional economy is similar in communities across the U.S. In addition to direct sales from farm goods and commodities, farmers contribute to the economy and support other rural businesses through purchases of farm business inputs, everything from seed and fertilizer to business services. Additionally, the personal purchases of both farmers and their employees help to stimulate local economies and keep small businesses running. Over the last 70 years, growers and their federal government partners at USDA have invested billions of dollars and countless hours in building strong relationships with our overseas trading partners. The U.S. wheat industry differentiates itself by providing high-quality wheat and reliable delivery. The United States is a reliable trading partner in large part because of our world-class multimodal infrastructure, which allows us to ship products safely and efficiently around the world. Any disruption to that system would hurt our ability to consistently provide abundant, high-quality food products and weaken the competitiveness of U.S. producers in global markets. There is insufficient infrastructure to replace the barge shipments of grain along the Columbia Snake River system to export markets. Additionally, farmers in Washington rely on the dams as a critical source of irrigation. Not only is irrigation a critical tool for farmers in low rainfall zones, but it also has environmental benefits both on and off the farm. Many high-value specialty crops across the region utilize the advanced irrigation systems currently in place. We strongly believe that dams and salmon can and do coexist. With a myriad of challenges facing the salmon population, we are committed to building upon current investments and technological advances. Currently, the lower Snake River dams have world-class fish passage and juvenile survival rates upwards of 95%. We believe any work moving forward should build off the fish passage systems instead of eliminating them. The opportunities to ensure salmon populations continue to grow do not have to come at the cost of destroying the integrity of the Columbia Snake River system and the ability for farmers to produce a safe and abundant food supply. The importance of the river system for the agriculture industry, and particularly for grain growers in Washington, cannot be overstated. I look forward to discussing the importance of the 4 lower Snake River dams with you today. Thank you very much.
Julie yields back. I now go to Mr. Maunu for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Rogers, Chairman Duncan, Ranking Member DeGette, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Neil Maunu. I'm the Executive Director of the Pacific Northwest Waterways Association. PNWA is a trade association that advocates for federal policies and funding supporting regional economic development. We represent over 150 ports, public utilities, farmers, tug and barge companies, marine terminals, cruise lines, and public agencies. A subset of PNWA membership, the Inland Ports and Navigation Group, has been a defendant intervener in the decades-long litigation surrounding salmon and the lower Snake River dams. Considering breaching dams on the lower Snake River blatantly ignores the dramatic environmental and economic costs that would result, with far-reaching negative impacts to the transportation system and to our nation. Our region enjoys the benefits of a robust transportation network and supply chain with multiple modes, rail, truck, and barge, all working together, affording shippers options, fair rates, redundancy, and resiliency. Just 2 weeks ago, as was mentioned, the entire Pacific Northwest was in a deep freeze. Temperatures plummeted, energy demand spiked to record levels, and road and rail networks ground to a halt. But the river system remained open. Despite winds in excess of 100 miles per hour and sub-zero temperatures, crews continued moving freight up and down the river system. The navigable channel on the Columbia Snake River system is called Marine Highway 84, or M84. This publicly owned maritime transportation network transports 55% of U.S. wheat exports, making it the nation's #1 wheat gateway to the world. Over 33 million tons of grain are exported to customers overseas from this system. M84 is a highway. It's infrastructure. Its purpose is no different than the main highway, I-84, that runs adjacent to it, or the 2 mainline rail tracks that straddle either side of it. But one significant disparity does exist. Highways and rail in the Columbia River Gorge cannot be expanded. Constructing more lanes or more rail is physically not possible. However, the river system, with existing infrastructure, stands ready today to double its capacity. We must maintain this infrastructure, not shrink it. Last February, DOT released its blueprint for transportation decarbonization. It notes that maritime transportation, including river barging, has the lowest emissions per ton mile for freight. The blueprint calls for actions before 2030 to, quote, provide incentives to support greater use of efficient travel modes and vehicles. Given that maritime movement of freight is the most environmentally efficient mode of transportation, we fail to understand how the removal of the 4 lower Snake River dams could be consistent with this blueprint. Dramatic increases in greenhouse gas emissions will result by switching from barge to truck and rail if the lower Snake River dams are removed. At a time when Washington State and the administration are looking to decarbonize, this plan fails to consider the negative impacts an increase in truck and rail emissions would have. It's 5 million gallons more per year of fuel consumption and millions of tons of excess emissions. This is going in the wrong direction. Additionally, the lower Snake River dams serve as a pivotal conduit for substantial portions of our nation's agricultural commodities, moving large volumes of U.S. goods to international markets. In 2022, the total commodity value of goods and cargo handled on the Columbia Snake River system, import and export, was over $27 billion, a testament to the economic importance and impact this waterway has on the United States. Should those dams be breached, a chain reaction begins with elevated transportation costs due to the need for wheat and other goods to be transported on more expensive truck and rail systems. This shift will lead to increased costs for producers and consumers nationwide. It is estimated that the loss of barging would increase national grain shipping costs by $60 million per year. The cost increase for transportation could likely bankrupt over 7,600 farms unless U.S. farm subsidies to our region increase to over $1.7 billion over 30 years. Bankrupt farms and decreased land values means a decrease in the local tax base, dramatically reducing basic services like education and public safety in a region with many already living at or below the poverty level. This would be devastating. For all these reasons, removal of the lower Snake River dams is not just a regional issue, but a national issue with global consequences. PNWA urges strong support for evaluating all strategies to improve fish habitat and increase returns of native fish. The impact of declining ocean conditions, as was mentioned, on salmon and steelhead populations has yet to be fully studied. Multiple runs of salmon from Alaska to Northern California have dwindled dramatically in recent years on river systems without locks or dams. PNWA strongly supports and will continue to advocate for efficient, reliable, and environmentally sustainable waterways. We want to see salmon and steelhead populations thrive in concert with climate-friendly river navigation and waterborne commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm looking forward to your questions.
I thank all the panelists for your testimony. We'll now move into the question and answer section of this second panel. Mr. Matheson, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Matheson, were your member utilities in the room for these secret negotiations to dismantle the Snake River dams?
Not when the negotiations mattered. Look at the front end, there were some listening sessions, I get it, and taking information, but for the final several months, no. It was reduced to 4 tribes and 2 states. Altogether, there's 8 states served by BPA, by the way. So I'm talking about electric utilities, I'm not here representing states, but there were 6 states that weren't in the room, nor were electric utilities.
You're concerned that the co-ops won't have access to reliable power going forward?
I'm here to talk about reliability, and I think in an area where there is growing demand for electricity, data centers, we're electrifying the economy with electric vehicles, with heat pumps. We need more electricity in this country, including the Pacific Northwest. Removing a always available, dispatchable resource at the value of the lower Snake River dams would be a big mistake.
So as a former member, I ask you this question I asked earlier, why wasn't FERC in the room?
I can't answer for why people weren't or were not invited. I think that FERC has a level of expertise that's helpful in terms of understanding system grid reliability in this country.
Have you ever seen anything like this, such a small group of people making decisions that impact an economy in a region like this?
Well, this is a big one. This is a big impact because it's such a significant part of this economy. So it's, as I say, this is not a new issue. And everyone on both sides have mentioned this is a complicated issue. I stipulate to that. And I think that there's room for a lot of conversation, but this is not the way to make this decision, to put us on a path where, in my opinion, as I said in my opening statement, it may not say breaching because Congress has to do it, but it's pushing everything in the direction of putting Congress in a position to do it by devaluing these assets.
Yeah. Does the intermittency of renewables concern you and baseload generation?
I think that renewables can be part of a portfolio, but they do not have the capacity of what these lower Snake River dams do in terms of always being available, being able to ramp up and down 24/7. And my example from 2 weeks ago illustrates that.
Yeah, you said something in your opening. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, it's in your written statement. The intermittency of renewables creates inescapable challenges for the electric grid, and they cannot always replace always available LSRD hydropower. To your point,
right.
Important stakeholders were left out of negotiations, which sets dangerous precedent. Not a single person with the responsibility to keep the lights on was in the room
when this deal was cut. So thank you for that. That's in his written testimony. I'll turn to Mr. Amanu. Pacific Northwest relies on inland ports to move grain and other products to market. What would happen to the region if the Biden administration removes the lower Snake River dams?
Those businesses, farmers, companies that I mentioned in my testimony would simply go out of business. It'd be devastating to communities surrounding the region and beyond.
Is it feasible to put that much cargo, grain and whatnot on trucks and trains?
It's not physically possible.
I would say the carbon footprint of those trucks and trains is a heck of a lot more than what's being produced, almost zero at the hydroelectric project.
Yes, sir. And one 4-barge tow, one tugboat moving 4 barges is the equivalent of about 538 truckloads of cargo moving up and down through the Columbia River Gorge scenic area.
What's going to happen to commodity prices?
Skyrocket.
They're going to skyrocket. Ms. Chumrall, were farmers part of the secret negotiations with CEQ?
Excuse me. Thank you for the question. Our organization was not involved. I think Mr. Manu can talk a little bit more about that, but we were not involved in the few instances that we did have the opportunity through the listening sessions. We did take part in that, but they were far and few between.
I would say family farms are a big part of Washington State and other Pacific Northwest farming community. What's going to happen to the family farms?
Absolutely. In fact, 96% of our farms are family farms, and these are the people that are going to be affected the most. They do not get to set their prices, and any change to our transportation system would directly affect them.
Yeah. I want to thank y'all's comments, and thank you for your comments and perspective. This is the Energy Subcommittee. I'm focused on energy. I'm concerned about reliability, affordability in years forward. I'm concerned about the intermittency of renewables. We like renewables. I don't know anyone on our side of the aisle that doesn't. There ought to be a part of the mix. There are going to be a part of the mix, but we know what provides that 24/7, 365 baseload power generation. Hydroelectric projects provide a significant portion of that nationwide, but definitely in the Pacific Northwest. So with that, I will yield back and recognize Ms. DeGette for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the chairman keeps talking about this secret negotiation, and I'm just getting more and more confused. So, Mr. Takala, I'm hoping you can talk to me about some of this. Chair Mallory said that every party involved in the various litigations on the Columbia River Basin was invited to participate in the mediation process. Is that right?
Yeah, so we came together organically, during this mediation process because, we wanted to make sure that we faced the facts instead of, beating this issue over and over. I mean, tribes have been impacted since the first hydro system was put into place. And so, I know change is very difficult, but, it's about time we, of course, engage with our regional sovereigns and stakeholders. And the thing that comes to mind is the work that we do with our actual farmers and the Yakima Basin Integrated Partnership Program. And that's something I think that we should mirror in this discussion and look forward to having those conversations.
Okay, but was there in fact a secret negotiation like the Republicans keep saying?
No.
Can you describe the process a little bit?
The process over the timeline, we had different meetings with different individuals, and the tribes that were involved again was the Nez Perce, Warm Springs, and Umatilla in Washington and Oregon, and so it was more of just developing and looking at the facts as I mentioned. So there was no secret negotiations; it was a mediation.
Right, and everybody was invited to participate.
Yes.
Right. Now, the other thing that with the last panel that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle kept talking about was the extremist environmental groups that were involved in this negotiation. I don't know if they were referring to the Yakima Nation, but I'm wondering if you consider the Yakima Nation to be an extremist environmental group.
To answer your question,
Because that's the tribes.
We're not a radical environmentalist. We're a sovereign tribal nation that has been impacted by the impacts of hydro systems and other issues since, the beginning of, settlers. And so we want to make sure that everyone hears loud and clear that, Yakima Nation has ceded over 10 million acres of land. We've seen historic fish runs drop dramatically, 13 species now that are on the endangered species list. We're talking about 18 million plus fish to while we're nowhere near like 1 million, 2 million. That's it.
Okay. Now, to be clear, when you were negotiating the agreement with the U.S. government and the other 6 sovereigns, what was your goal?
Our goal was to look at healthy and abundant levels of salmon and steelhead species to make sure that we have the opportunity to have, for instance, my children to have the opportunity to fish for salmon as we have always done since the beginning of time. We have ceremonies that utilize salmon and steelhead throughout the seasonal rounds. This is a part of our way of our life. It has always been. Our vision is to make sure that this way of life continues. And again, it's not only benefit in the tribal nations, it's benefit in the whole region, including, I heard the question earlier of how many tribes are in Washington State. Well, according to some of the tribes that fish out on the coast, they also benefit from this. Everyone benefits from the health and benefits.
So in your testimony, you talked about the cooperative work that your nation has done in the Yakima River Basin with other groups that have been at odds with each other. This wasn't like a thing where everybody came in agreement. Can you talk a minute about how your nation's trying to get a collaborative approach to solving the issues in the river basin?
So the Yakima Nation has been involved with the Yakima Basin Integrated Partnership. We actually have the ag or the farmers advocating for the fish and vice versa, us advocating for the water needs of the farmers. We have a list of projects that are ongoing, including the Cle Elum Fish Passage, where with this coming year, we will be up there and inviting many of folks here, including some of our representatives in our district and those that had a helping hand in that. So this is including stakeholders, farmers, county commissioners, the list goes on. And so this was an important time for Yakima Nation to turn that page and again, to mirror what we're having this discussion about today. I mean, the changes here, we have to really think about where we are going forward in the future for the next generation of, and then also keeping a balance of what is needed for salmon and also for the ag, transportation. We always talk about all those different needs.
And are you guys concerned about energy needs too?
Are we, excuse me?
Concerned about the energy needs also?
Yes. We have a Yakima power utility within our own reservation that is growing. They're all tribal members. We work well with the community. We envision some, possible projects that we want to be a part of that movement. I think it's important that the tribes have that opportunity as well as we see the different energy projects that are going on nationwide. Washington State is being hit with, Governor Inslee's, green energy proposals, but we want to make sure that we do this in a responsible manner. So we'll not have direct impacts on our natural resources or our fisheries.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I now go to Mr. Weber for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. Mr. Matheson, in your written testimony, you highlighted the role that Hydropower played in the cold snap in the Northwest earlier this month. And I was reading through, I didn't get to be here when y'all started, I had to be on another conference call. You are the CEO of National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. And there's over 900 rural associations, I think,
that's correct.
Part of that group. How long have you been there?
I've been there for 7.5 years as CEO.
Just long enough to figure out what you're doing if you're like in
I'd like to
Congress.
think so.
No, I understand. Have you ever seen anything like what's going on with these dams in your time as CEO there?
Well, this is a unique situation in terms of it's a resource that's critically important in a specific region of the country. And it's where federal policy is talking about a specific resource in one spot. So in that sense, it's pretty unusual.
Did you know about any of this when it got started?
No. No, I didn't know about there were conversations going on. Look, this has been in litigation for 20 years, as the first panel said. These are not new issues, right?
Right.
And at the front end, there were some listening sessions on trying to look at this. But when it came time, I hate the word secret because I know people are making a big deal about that. But when it came time to negotiate the deal, there were 6 parties other than the federal government in the room. That was it. Okay? So this is what happened during the last several months before it was announced in December.
Did your invitation get lost in the mail?
We submitted comments. We never got a response to our comments. After we heard about this on December 14th, we wrote the administration directly along with the American Public Power Association, raising concerns. We've heard no response to that either.
Okay. Well, you also said about hydropower playing a good role in the cold snap earlier this month. Wind generation dropped 94%, while hydropower increased to fill that gap. The chairman said it, we like renewables, pardon me, And I've coined a phrase of late that says, you know what, renewables are good. We like renewables. Renewables can play a supporting role in this movie. It cannot be the leading actor role. And so I think you would agree with us that reliable generation in this instance would come more from hydropower than it would from wind, from those renewables. Would you agree?
You need a portfolio that includes adequate dispatchable, and dispatchable means always available, resources to support all the intermittent components that are wind and solar in a system. And they can work together really well, by the way, but you got to have that dispatchable energy to make it really reliable all the time.
On demand, as one of the sayings goes. So understanding that wind and solar alone won't be enough to replace the electricity production that the dams provide, do you think natural coal, gas, or other natural gas, coal, or other dispatchable resources would have to, in fact, be built?
If you want to maintain the level of dispatchable resource, you either need to look, if you're not going to have hydro, you're going to look at what are the other dispatchable resources, nuclear, coal, and gas, right? And any combination of those could possibly be a solution. But you want to talk about ratepayer impact. This mediation settlement doesn't talk about what the cost of the new replacement power would be in terms of ratepayer impact. You start adding those new resources if you can get them permitted.
Yeah, well, I was just going there. Get off my brain, will you?
But that applies to even if the settlement agreement anticipates up to 3 gigawatts of renewable energy being added. That doesn't come for free, and that's not easy to permit either, by the way. So we have to have, this is complicated stuff, and there are a lot of variables here, but let's have a legitimate conversation about what it takes to get from point A to point B. But the value of keeping the lights on is why I'm here today, because that's what my members are all about.
Well, keeping the lights on at a reasonable rate. Yeah. We don't want to lose that part, too. So your time as a member of Congress, you were here how long?
14 years.
14 years. Gosh, you were a slow learner. So I shouldn't say that I'm messing with you. And then 7.5 years as CEO, so that's 21.5 years, basically. So I think you have a unique perspective. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and yield back. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Chairman yields back. I'll now go to my friend, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Takala, I asked this of Mr. Baumann from the Department of Energy during the first panel, but I'm hoping to get your perspective as well. The December 14th agreement included a commitment that DOE and tribes would work together to develop tribally sponsored clean energy projects. Can you tell us what you think of the potential for this Pacific Northwest Tribal Energy Program?
Thank you for the question. So I think it's an opportunity, again, as I mentioned earlier, that this gives us an opportunity to be a part of the energy movement. Again, I think more important, we see the impacts on some of these energy projects that have come in, like specifically, hydro systems and whatnot. But, I think the tribes incorporating, ecological or traditional knowledge, we can show not only the region, but the nation that the tribes can lead these projects in a responsible manner, again, where they will not have direct impact on any of our natural resources, or if not minimal. We talk about climate change, we live in Eastern Washington, we see a decrease of precipitation going on. And so, these are actual real issues where we have ESA-listed species that are being impacted by projects that need, water. Even what the current green energy projects that a few have mentioned earlier. I think we have to be innovative and not just focus on solar, battery, or wind. There's other energy projects that we have to be mindful of.
Thank you. And how is it a departure from how energy projects have historically been developed in the region? How is this approach a departure from how energy projects have historically been developed in the region?
Well, so for Yakima Nation, we, again, and I'm going to reiterate this again, but, I think it's time for Yakima Nation, we're all about turning the page and doing things differently. If we continue to do things as usual, we will see the extinction of salmon species. So I understand the needs from the panel today and earlier talking about, keeping a balance. We have transportation, the navigation, and then we also have the increase or demand for power needs. But we also want to keep in mind that our salmon have been declining since the first hydro system came to play. There's numerous amount of hydro systems on the Columbia River Basin, so we need to take a step and look at how can we have minimal impacts, to our salmon species when they're returning or migrating out to the ocean. We have seen issues during the summertime where landlocked sturgeon and returning sockeye have been dying off because the system is pretty much warm water pools. I mean, the past decade, we have 3 or 4 times of doing a little salmon vigil because why these species are not returning to their spawning grounds or hatcheries. And so it's time for us to do things differently rather than doing business as usual. We can't be scared. We can't be led by fear. We have to do things differently and have a partnership and work together, just like I said, with the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan.
Thank you. Well, I believe tribes have been actively working to develop a proposal for meeting the region's energy needs for some time. The Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, which the Yakama Nation is a part of, published a report, as we know, in 2022 entitled Energy Vision for the Columbia River Basin. I think many of the recommendations in that report are common sense. For example, the report suggests improving energy efficiency by investing in weatherization of low-income homes, utilizing demand response programs to reduce peak demand, and deploying new utility-scale battery storage projects. So, Mr. Matheson, Congressman Matheson, an honor to serve with you, do you think your members would generally support some of those recommendations like low-income efficiency programs and developing cost-effective storage programs?
Absolutely, and the co-ops, because they're smaller in size, sometimes that's an advantage because they have the ability to embrace new innovation in a really adept way because they're more nimble because of their size. It's a big part of what we do across the country.
Good, thank you. And thankfully, there are many federal resources and tax incentives available under the IIJA and IRA for states, tribes, and utilities, including not-for-profit cooperatives, to pursue those given strategies. So, Mr. Takala, can you outline for us your energy vision for the region, and are you hopeful that the commitments included in the December 14th agreement can help in achieving that vision?
Yes, for Yakama Nation, I probably could say, speaking for Warm Springs, Umatilla, and Nez Perce, we do feel like the commitments in the agreement does do that for the tribes. I mean, I mentioned, some of the things that Yakima Power, Yakima Nation, the vision that we have in coordination, like you mentioned, the Crick Energy Vision. We have Nez Perce, I know they're doing the battery storage. You have Umatilla doing solar, and you have Warm Springs also doing solar. So I think the message here for folks is that, although, we have concerns about maybe energy siting or the type of energy projects there are, we want to be clear that tribes are for energy projects, but it has to be done in a responsible manner. So we know there's going to see an increase in population in the region. We know we're going to see an increase for power needs. And so therefore, we have to be readily thinking about how we are going to make these changes in a responsible way, but also keeping the fact that we need to keep a balance for the salmon needs as well, because there's demands for water. We all know that for the ag. Yakima Nation also operates a Yakima Nation Farms that we just purchased 2 years ago. So,
thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Jim, time's expired. They have called votes. We're going to try to get 2 more members' questions and then recess, and we will have to come back for other members. I'll go to Mr. Guthrie for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, we have 2 hearings going on in this committee, so I've been in the other committee, so I apologize. But Mr. Matheson, Congressman Matheson, it's good to see you again. Good to see you. In my district, there's 197 dams, and only 1 provides hydropower. And it seems like we're missing out on an opportunity. And just my question, what percentage of your members, what percentage of power generated by your members is hydro? And do you think what we're talking about with the Snake River disincentivizes investment in hydropower?
Well, it's the question for my membership. A lot of our members participate where we're buying hydro from resources that are in the power market agencies like BPA, like TVA. So we don't own that specifically ourselves, but our members rely on hydropower for roughly 15 to 20% of all the power we sell to our members comes from hydro.
Your members don't necessarily generate, is what you're saying.
That's right, because a lot of these are in federal power marketing agencies.
Right, okay. Thank you. So another thing with navigable, I talked earlier with the Corps of Engineers and about navigable waterways, and the Green River isn't, but others are. So Ms. Chamra, is that correctly, Chamra? Yeah. I know I have, Kentucky has a lot of soybean and corn and grain producers, and we use the Ohio River, we use the Mississippi River quite a bit for production and for movement, transportation. And so can you walk us through how the changes being discussed today on the Snake River and Columbia River Basin might affect American agriculture in your region and how it will impact food security nationally?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. And you're right. There are many commodities around the country that rely on our inland waterways. Specifically in the Pacific Northwest, we have over 10% of all U.S. wheat exports going through our river system, and we're the #1 gateway for wheat. But we are also the #2 gateway for soy and corn. So we do see a lot of those commodities moving from the Midwest out into through our ports. So as you can imagine, that is a really significant portion of our exports out of the United States and supports our prices, supports our farmers and our rural economies. And I think one thing that would be important to point out is we don't want to set a precedent for other regions like yours or through the Mississippi River, through the Great Lakes, where we start looking at taking out any of our critical infrastructure that really does support our rural economies.
Well, thank you. So my next question was, what precedent do you think we're setting? And you were visionary, so I appreciate that. Answer my question. So I know we got tight time, so I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I'll go to Ms. Schreier for 5 minutes. Dr. Schreier for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Councilmember Takala, it is great to see you here in the other Washington. And I first want to commend your great collaboration with the diverse stakeholders in the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan, in that many groups with diverging opinions, strongly diverging opinions, all came together with the common goal of allocating increasingly scarce water resources to ensure that there's enough for fish, for farmers, and for the rest of us. And it was a pleasure to work with you on that, and I think it's a model that we can build off of and learn from, particularly in this dispute. I wanted to ask you about the Tribal Energy Program. The details have yet to be sorted out, but I wanted to ask what the Yakima Nation envisions as the finished product or the result of the program. We do need baseload and dispatchable nature that comes with hydropower, as you've heard, and that's one of the key reasons that utilities and power groups are concerned. So as you think about this, and you just actually answered the question that you were thinking about something beyond solar, wind, and battery storage, I was wondering if you could speak in a little bit more detail to the non-greenhouse gas emitting energy sources that the Yakima Nation's considering, and whether that even includes advanced nuclear.
Thank you for the question. So I just want to mention first and foremost too, I know some of the questions were similar, but Yakima Nation, we want to be sure we're not left out of this energy movement. We very much want to be a part of it. Thank you for acknowledging the YBIP. I'm sure that you've known that we've had, return of salmon and other anadromous species into the area, and also making sure that we have water storage capabilities for our ag and farmers. So, but for Yakima Power, we're still growing our program. As I mentioned earlier, we serve 3,000 and growing customers. We've actually looked at, Klickitat County or Klickitat PUD and taken over some of their customers within, the Track D area of Mount Adams. We're also looking at, solar over the canal project where we'd pressurize the water, basically taking out lateral canal systems and setting solar panels across them, which there's benefits for pressurizing, cooler water temperatures. You're not facing evaporation, and you're also not having any pesticides coming into the water when it was released back into the Yakima River. So this is a part of the envision that we're seeking at Yakima Power. We're also looking at dry storage, like a dry pump storage project that the Yakima Nation has identified within our own reservation. And so these are only just two parts, Yakima Power has come a long way since its first operated and served its first customers. So again, I want to be clear that, we're looking at all energy project opportunities, not just strictly wind and solar, as mentioned. I know it's not producing, 7 days, 365 days a year.
Only because I have another question. Thank you for considering those other, maybe we can talk in more detail later. I have a question for the Washington Green Commission, and Ms. Chumra, thank you for being here today. Your organization is not alone in raising concerns that this agreement did not have enough feedback from transportation and agricultural interests. An economic and logistical overhaul of this size will need a collaborative partnership, as we just talked about. Under this MOU, the agreement includes $750,000 in funding to study what other transportation infrastructure could provide to the region. Can you talk about what sort of collaboration you would like to see from the administration and what optimal engagement would look like for you as we move forward, if we move forward?
Yes, thank you for the question, and I'd like to start by thanking you for your support of Washington Agriculture and for the letter to help us get some of these answers to the questions we all have. As I mentioned earlier, the infrastructure does not exist now to replace the barging that takes place in the Lower Snake River dams. There is no rail between Lewiston, Idaho, and the Tri-Cities, Washington. So we would very much like to engage from the administration, talk about our challenges, talk about the realities of the economics of changing to some other type of transportation, because it is much more costly and also less carbon friendly to switch to any other type of infrastructure, and it would be very costly to put all of that into place.
Thank you. I appreciate your attention to this very nuanced issue. Thank you to both of you, and I yield back.
Julie yields back. I will say you'll probably run into, if these reservoirs taken out to surface water withdrawal, limitations on river based on downstream flows, based on the amount of agriculture in Washington State. I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Washington, the chair of the full committee, Chair Rogers, for 5 minutes.
As we heard in the first panel, CEQ and the United States government have entered into this secret agreement with 2 states, 4 tribes, and environmental nonprofit organizations. It's clear the Biden administration is prioritizing their wishes over those of the people in the Pacific Northwest. And it's not how government was designed to work, setting public policy through a secret negotiated agreement, and rather than through the people and the people's representatives. Mr. Takala, I understand you or members of your tribe were involved in these negotiations, but many stakeholders and river users were cut out. Earlier today, Ms. Mallory said in her testimony that the administration has not taken a position on breaching the Lower Snake River dams. Yet when the agreement was released, some of the tribal leaders that signed the MOU stated the agreement, quote, lays out a pathway to breaching. That concerns me deeply. Mr. Matheson, Ms. Chumra, and Mr. Malnu, do you feel like the negotiations process was inclusive and you and the stakeholders you represent had an opportunity to be heard? And I'll start with Mr. Matheson.
Again, having some listening sessions at the front end doesn't count. When the real discussions were going on and the negotiations to develop a settlement, that's when we were not part of the conversation. It was a handful of people in the room. As I said earlier, no one from the power sector. Only 2 of the 8 states that are represented with BPA areas were in the room. So no, most people were shut out of the room.
Thank you. Chumra?
Thank you, Congresswoman. The word navigation is not even listed in the commitments document, so from our perspective, we certainly do not feel like our needs were heard or that we were invited to share those solutions.
Thank you. Mr. Malnu?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I've been chomping at the bit to answer this question, so I'll be brief and to the point. I think Congresswoman DeGette said it well just recently when she was speaking with the tribal member here, in that she said, when you were negotiating with it, when you and the 6 sovereigns were negotiating with the U.S. government, and that tells it all, there were 6 people at the table. Our membership, IPNG, PNWA, other intervener defendants were involved in the mediation process in the beginning, but shortly after a real mediation, it dissolved into private caucuses. Those private caucuses are confidential and not to be shared with any other parties. So if you can imagine, a year or so ago, everything stopped, the mediation stopped, it divulged into private caucuses, and those conversations, those negotiations were what laid the groundwork and the framework for this MOU. We and our members were not involved.
Thank you. Ms. Chumrah, it's clear the agreement was written with little or no input from agriculture stakeholders. How would breaching the dams impact agriculture in the Pacific Northwest, the country, and internationally?
Thank you, Congresswoman. In the Pacific Northwest specifically, we export 80% of all of our wheat production, and those lower Snake River dams carry 10% of all U.S. wheat exports. Obviously, we depend on them very much to get our products to market. Across the country, we export 55% of all U.S. wheat out of the Pacific Northwest, and the ability to put the 10% on barging opens up capacity for the other commodities to come through our region from the Midwest.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Maunu, how would breaching the dams impact transportation and supply chain security in the region? This is considered a marine highway.
It is, Congresswoman. Thank you. We were talking about grain and wheat farmers and shippers being price takers, not price makers. So when you affect the price of bushel and transportation costs, that would increase from rail and trucking, which as we discussed is not physically possible. So the short answer, it's not possible physically, but those rates would go up dramatically. And if I'm a shipper, even if I'm in Montana or whatever, I'm gonna be affected.
Thank you. Mr. Matheson, NRECA and the American Public Power sent a letter to Secretary Granholm stating, quote, if this agreement is ratified, it would jeopardize electric reliability, increase costs for millions of Americans throughout the Pacific Northwest. Some independent studies even say replacing the lost firm power from the dams could cost as much as $77 billion with public power rates increasing as much as 18%. The White House is arguing the agreement keeps energy affordable. It doesn't sound like that to me. Sounds like there's a big deception underway. As a customer of BPA, Mr. Matheson, what's your perspective on the impact on rates?
Yeah, look, they're saying it doesn't affect a big impact on rates because it's not including the cost of the replacement power. If you want to build replacement power when you breach these dams, which I don't think you can do and have the same comparable resource, by the way, you're going to spend a lot of money and it will have a big impact on rates.
Thank
and
you,
by
everyone.
the way, we never got an answer to that letter that we
Oh,
sent.
yeah. Well, thank you, everyone. This is critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I yield back.
Joan Lee yields back. So we are going to stand in recess. Members to go vote. There are 2 votes. One's going on now. We'll come back as soon as possible, ask witnesses, have a comfort break, do whatever you need, and we'll be back pending call of the chair. We're going to ask witnesses to go ahead and take your seats. All right, I'll call the subcommittee back into order, and thank you for your patience on that. We'll now go to Mr. Latta for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for our panel for being with us on the second panel. You know, as I mentioned in the with the first panel, the need for probably more power. So I'd just like to start with our former member of this committee, Mr. Matheson. Great to have you back. You know, we need energy sources that are dependable and cheap to American consumers, and hydropower has proven to be a clean and effective source 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In your opinion, by removing several dams, isn't it counterintuitive to the administration's goal of a renewable energy policy by 2030?
Yeah, it's counterintuitive on a couple levels. One is for that policy. If this administration wants to reduce carbon emissions and embrace zero carbon technology, why would you take out an existing resource? Particularly in this case, one that has the controls technology where it's very valuable for ramping up and down and following load. These lower Snake River dams are as good as it gets in terms of having a valuable carbon-free resource. So it's hard to imagine why we'd want to tear them out.
Well, you know, one of the questions I've asked all of our witnesses have been coming before our panel here or the committee. Do we need more power or less power in the future?
We definitely need more power. The International Energy Agency just issued a report last week showing about 2% growth over the next several years in the United States. Look, data centers are using more and more power as we digitize the economy. AI is going to use even more data center power. Electric vehicles, heat pumps, and economic growth in general. We're using more electricity in this country. And by the way, that's a good thing in terms of economic growth, but we're going to need more generation to make that happen.
Well, you know, I'm very fortunate in my district that I probably have the most number of electric co-ops in the state of Ohio. And when I go out to my co-ops, I always like to ask, you know, what they're seeing out there, and they're all saying the same thing, is that they need more power generation. And, you know, the fear is if we're taking our stations offline, we're going to be in trouble in the future to be able to meet those needs. So it's absolutely essential that we have that. So, and again, I appreciate you being back before us in committee. Yeah. Good to see you. Mr. Chumra, you know, and Mr. Maunu, if I could ask, I represent I'm sorry, Ms. Chumra, excuse me. I represent about the largest farm income producing district in the state of Ohio, and I also have about 86,000 manufacturing jobs. But on the agricultural side, you know, we need a lot of power out there for what we do. And so, you know, I'd like to ask, especially what happens with transportation needs, because again, I worry about, you know, the bottom line for farmers out there. And our farmers out there are in a situation that, you know, a lot of times that they're right at the margin, that, and so you put more costs on them in transportation, what that's going to do. And the second question would be for both of you, in my last minute and 38 seconds, is what's that going to do to the consumer, not just for the producer, but also the consumer, if we don't have this transportation that we have to have?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. You're right, the transportation costs are something that are a real concern for our farmers. As you mentioned, the farmers are price takers, not price makers. So anything that is going to reduce their bottom line is something that we are very concerned about and obviously has ripple effects throughout the economy. And in terms of, forgot the second part of the question, I'm sorry.
Well, for the consumer, because you've got
yes.
for the consumer then.
And of course, those costs are going to be passed along to the consumer as well. So we do expect that there would be some kind of impact to food prices.
Thank you.
And thanks, Congressman. If I could just add briefly to that, there have been some initial studies done, PNWA did some, where it's estimated that the cost per bushel could increase 20 to 40 cents just on the transportation side. So if you could move that some other manner other than barging, that cost would go up. In a global market where we're not the only ones growing soft white wheat, that's not going to work, and those farmers are going to go out of business. And we've had the studies that we've submitted to prove that.
Well, I appreciate that because, again, as I said, that when I look at my district and you look around the state of Ohio and the country, production costs keep going up. And obviously, if you're adding more to that, that's going to hurt not only the producer, but also the consumer then. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired and I yield back.
Joe yields back. I now go to Ms. Lesko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Biden administration keeps saying they want to reduce emissions, yet they want to close down hydroelectric dams that have zero emissions. This makes absolutely no sense to me at all. In the previous panel, in panel number 1, the White House Council on Environmental Quality Chairwoman, Ms. Mallory, seemed to get really upset when we claimed that they were closing down dams. She kept saying, "We're not closing down dams, we're not closing down dams." Any one of you, do you really believe that that's not their goal?
I'll jump in. We mentioned earlier that the amount of times that dam breaching was mentioned in this commitments document. It's treated in the entire document as a foregone conclusion. And then I would just point to the plaintiffs and the sovereigns publicly talking about and discussing this very clear, excitable for them path to dam breaching. I think that speaks for itself.
I do too, and I think it's clear when we have the Sierra Club. This is what they said about this agreement, and I quote, "The Biden administration today announced its intention to move forward with the removal of 4 controversial dams on Washington's lower Snake River." Now, if the Sierra Club says that, I think that's the goal, is to close the dams. Mr. Takala, I appreciate you coming here today, and I just have something I want to share with you about what has happened in Arizona. And by the way, Arizona buys hydroelectric energy from the Northwest, and then we trade it back when we produce more of it. So we need more electricity in the summer, and we can export it to the Northwest in our winter. But Mr. Takala, I know you're trying to do what is right for your Yakama Nation. I want to share with you a similar good intention deal that happened in my state of Arizona. The Navajo Nation was home to the Navajo Generating Station. It was a 2.25 gigawatt coal-fired power plant located in the Navajo Nation. This plant provided electrical power to customers in Arizona, Nevada, and California. It also provided the power for pumping Colorado River water for the Central Arizona Project, which brings water to the Phoenix area. The plant and mine annually paid out about $100 million in direct wages and $50 million in leases and royalties. The Navajo Generating Station had 538 employees. The 1,786 acres for the plant site was leased from the Navajo Nation. The coal mine that supplied the Navajo Generating Station was on Hopi land, and it supplied 85% of the Hopi tribe revenue. The power plant and mine had enormous economic benefit for both the Navajo and the Hopi. Things were prosperous for both tribes. Then the Sierra Club and the federal government came to town. The Sierra Club promised the world by saying that they would replace the 538 great-paying jobs with new jobs in clean power. To date, the Navajo Nation has not replaced any of these jobs. They did put up some small power, solar power, but those tax benefits were quickly taken by Wall Street bankers. Also, Arizona needs the power from the Navajo generating station provided for grid reliability. Today, many Navajos heat their homes with raw coal. The Sierra Club didn't seem to care about that. The jobs and economic strength of the tribes have never come back. I feel a sense of déjà vu with this situation. I just warn you that I would be aware when radical environmentalists use tribal nations for the radical agenda. I think you deserve better. I know that you believe you're doing what's best for your nation, but I just want to share with you what happened in Arizona, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now go to a gentleman from the Crossroads of America, Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Duncan and Ranking Member DeGette, for holding this hearing, and thank you for the witnesses for being here. I'll make kind of comments and then get into a couple questions. Decisions of this administration to shut down reliable hydropower plants in Pacific Northwest demonstrates failure to consider the economic harm in the region and across the country, all the way to the Indiana 6th District. Beyond the removal of reliable baseload electricity to surrounding communities, these actions could have ripple effects across the country for trade, our farmers, and set a dangerous precedent of executive authority. As the Crossroads of America, Indiana knows very well the complex nature of supply chains across our nation's interstate commerce system. Along the southern edge of Indiana, the Ohio River contributes $30 billion annually to the Hoosier State and 150,000 jobs. Shipping along the Ohio River by barge is an efficient option for our agriculture industry and represents important economic development for the surrounding communities. And as a retired trucker, it's the safest way to move any product. If we didn't have this access to transportation, our rail and trucking companies would be overwhelmed and unable to maintain reliable delivery of goods. Excuse me. For the Pacific Northwest, eliminating the option of shipping by barge could have real tangible impacts on markets for our agriculture products. Because of the interconnected nature of interstate commerce routes, restrictions to transportation in the Pacific Northwest could congest availability of other modes of transportation far beyond Washington State. As Mrs. Chamrau noted, how the grain does flow all the way out your way. Mr. Manu, your testimony discusses the impact that price increases that could result, and I think he even said something 80 cents a bushel, is that right?
20 to 40 cents a bushel,
20
Congressman.
to 40 cents a bushel. And would that be across the country? Is that when you use that, or are you just talking about in the Northwest area?
That's just on the wheat that's moving on the Northwest on barge right now.
So even if it came from the state of Indiana, it would be impacted by that?
We feel that by eliminating one of the best modes of transportation, when you talk about market competitiveness, that's removed. That ripple effect goes all the way back to the Midwest, and it will be felt.
Because it restricts availability of product?
Yes, sir.
And
modes of
supply. Ms. Chamrau, what does soybean and corn go all the way out there from Indiana as well?
I'm not sure from Indiana, but it is the second largest gateway for soybeans and corn to be exported through the PNW.
Well, we grow a lot of both.
Yes, you do.
So, okay. So your study impacts the entire country if you start shutting down. And of course, as I mentioned, we have the Ohio Waterway. Well, I'm going to I thank you for your testimony today, and we need to keep talking to folks about the impact it's going to have on the cost of food. And of course, energy, that's something we've talked about here a lot. We have to think about that. And as my dear friend from Arizona said, this is one of the cleanest energies. So why would we get rid of hydropower? So thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on my colleague from Indiana's point about the cost of food, net zero policies It's predicted to increase fertilizer costs by up to 60% and food prices up to 26%. Even according to the folks who are for getting to net zero. They understand this. It's my understanding that, for instance, natural gas is about 80% of the cost of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. I just don't understand why this administration persists in pursuing these policies that are going to be enormously harmful to particularly low-income families. I grew up dirt poor in a tiny little town, northwest Alabama, Hackleburg, and we grew a lot of our food. But right there, we're going to be back to where I was growing up, plowing our gardens with a mule because we can't afford a tractor. It's also going to impact energy costs. And I just got a study. I'm one of these guys that is always doing a little bit of research around a think tank. I work for 2 international engineering companies. And I just saw a study that came out of the UK where British government wanted to set the example for Europe. They wanted to lead Europe in renewables. They started this in 2008. And what's happened is that their energy prices have gone through the roof. They had over 13,000 people die last year, classified as excess winter deaths. They couldn't afford to adequately heat their homes. But the interesting thing is that they achieved the lowest peacetime growth rate in their economy since 1780. Okay? That's not a misquote. 1780, the year before Yorktown. Mr. Matheson, if you'd like to, I'd like for you to comment on how you're involved with the Rural Electric Cooperative. I do a lot of work with them.
Sure. Look,
is that a good plan?
Look, I think you hear a lot of people in the energy sector talk about the need for reliability and affordability, a reliable and affordable energy supply. We really mean it, by the way. And from an electric cooperative perspective, we're owned by the consumers we serve, and we serve 92% of all the persistent poverty counties in America. So affordability really means something. Might have served you where you grew up in Alabama.
Well, almost.
Almost.
Yeah, my grandpa and grandma were on
co-op lines.
Co-op lines.
So,
the other thing about this is I mentioned over 13,000 died in the UK, and that was a relatively mild winter. Last year, there were 68,000 died in Europe. And that's more than died from COVID. Because they couldn't afford to adequately heat their homes. There's people with other issues like cardiovascular, respiratory. And there's consequences for these actions. And one of the things that really concerns me is you look at the continent of Africa, they project there'll be 3 billion people on that continent by 2070. They're not going to deny themselves access to reliable and affordable power. They're trying to get out of poverty. You know, we bash China a lot, but it is interesting when China started building out their power grid in the 1990s that they added almost 8 years to life expectancy and pulled 25% of their population out of poverty into the middle class. India is doing the same thing. And for the life of me, I don't understand why the Biden administration doesn't get this, how important it is to have reliable, affordable energy, whether it's to power a tractor or a combine, or to transport food to the marketplace, or to just heat and cool your home. Ms. Chumra, you're involved in apparently in agribusiness. So we had a hearing and they talked about they were going to add 2% methane tax at the wellhead for natural gas, and it was only 2%. I don't think they understand that 2% gets compounded all along the line for farmers before it ever gets to a product on the grocery store shelf. Would you like to comment on that?
I would say all of our input costs have gone up significantly over the last few years, and that is chipping away at the bottom line of our farmers.
And it's get passed on to folks. You know, they called it the Inflation Reduction Act, but it really should have been called the Income Reduction Act, because from the time, the first 2 years of the Biden administration, household income has gone down 17% adjusted for inflation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Ohio's Mr. Balderson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is for the former Congressman. Congressman, thank you, Mr. Madison, for being here. I understand this administration's hopes to ultimately breach several dams in the Columbia River Basin and replacing the existing clean hydropower with other forms of renewable energy. Hydropower is available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and is a dependable form of dispatchable baseload electricity, which you've talked about. This reliable source of electricity should not be replaced by other forms of renewable energy, which are intermittent. Could you expand on the problems with the administration's goal of simply replacing existing hydropower generation with wind and solar, particularly in the Pacific Northeast?
Well, you've highlighted the distinction, which is one is always available and one is not. It's intermittent. Look, the interesting thing about the existing hydroelectric assets in the Pacific Northwest, particularly these dams, because the lower Snake River dams have the technology to ramp up and down in real time, they enhance the value of the renewables that are on the system in the Pacific Northwest. They make the wind resources more valuable as a result. Why would we take away this very valuable, baseload always available resource, which is there when we need it? And I mentioned in my opening comments about the winter, the cold snap 2 weeks ago where the wind stopped blowing and wind production went down to practically nothing, and the dams were there to provide the power that was needed when it was needed most. So it's not a one-to-one relationship between renewable and hydro. Renewable has a role in a portfolio, but the value of that baseload dispatchable energy, and in the Pacific Northwest, it's hydro. In your state of Ohio, it may be coal and gas or nuclear. There are different forms of dispatchable, always available power that matter in an overall portfolio to provide system reliability. And that's what these dams provide in the Pacific Northwest.
Baseload's the name of the game. And you were sitting here when I asked this question of the first panel, Mr. Baumann, with the Department of Energy about the participation of power providers, utilities, and co-ops in the settlement process. You spoke briefly about that during the second panel. He claimed, and I quote, "Many of the utility associations and individual utilities participated in the mediation." Mr. Madison, I believe that you have some concerns that those responsible for keeping the lights on were not in the room when this deal was cut. Could you discuss the administration's failure in including organizations representing the electrical utility sector in the negotiating the plan that the administration filed with the court? And can you discuss what insight you and your members could have provided?
I appreciate the question. It's been one of the great points of confusion in this hearing. And the fact is, because everyone was invited at the front end, but they didn't participate through the whole process, doesn't mean, oh, everyone was involved. Sure, everyone was involved at the front end in some listening sessions. That's not the way this played out when it came to actually the negotiations for this settle agreement, which were among 6 entities, and that was it. And no one else was in the room. So for folks to say, oh, everyone was involved, yeah, everyone was involved when we were all just sharing some information or throwing out ideas. When it was time to cut the deal, they were not all involved. And that's something I hope is understood for the conclusion of this hearing, because we heard a lot of different comments on this during the course of both panels.
I think you've done a very good job expressing that, so thank you. My final question is for Ms. Chumra. I hope I say that correctly. I apologize, ma'am. As the chairman said, the most challenging names on this panel that we've seen in quite some time. I understand that if the dams are breached, the loss of irrigation would bankrupt many family farms in the region. I also asked Chair Mallory in the first panel about the idea that the United States government will help fund studies to evaluate alternatives to this irrigation services provided by these 4 dams. Unfortunately, Chair Mallory couldn't identify any potential alternatives. It is concerning to you that they moved ahead before identifying irrigation alternatives.
Irrigation is critical to many of our farmers in the region. They produce very high-value specialty crops in the regions where they are serviced by these dams. It would be incredibly costly to try and retrofit any of the equipment that is there if it was possible to do so. It would be absolutely critical to make sure that we did all of the feasibility studies before we were able to look at alternatives to what we have right now, which is very efficient. And I would mention that the hydropower also provides low-cost energy to run those irrigation systems. So it would be costly on many levels.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Jim yields back. Seeing no other members seeking recognition, this will bring our hearing to a conclusion. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for your testimony. Members may have additional written questions, which we will submit. I'll remind members they have 10 business days to submit the additional questions for the record, and I ask that witnesses do their best to submit their responses within 10 business days upon receipt of the questions. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included on the staff hearing documents list. Without objection, that will be the order, and without objection, the subcommittee will stand adjourned.
Good job.
You did good. You did really good. Now let's go get you.
Dan's over there working now.